kind of made my own road. I started shooting on my own. I'm not a studied artist. I self-taught, and I just grabbed a camera in 2010 and started taking pictures every single day of my life.
But the best thing about showing viewers both familiar and unfamiliar places, people, and experiences is just the human reactions the show inspires.
I've had people walk up to photos and I wouldn't expect it, and sometimes they just cry. It's happened.
The show runs from now to March 25th of next year.
And the show is free. For more information, visit lapca.org. Jazz fills the air at a Latin Music Fest. Make sure you're ready if an emergency happens. And it's a party in downtown LA, but you'll have to bike or walk to get there. All this in this week's Things to Do. It's time again for the 5th annual Latin Jazz and Music Festival, and Sunday's lineup is all women. The annual event includes live music, food trucks, informational and vendor booths, and a beer and wine garden. The special MC is Richard Montoya from Culture Clash. The fest takes place at Sycamore Grove Park on Saturday, September 29th and Sunday, September 30th. Councilman Mitch Englander is proud to support the annual Valley Disaster Preparedness Fair. This is a free, fun event appropriate for all ages, where you can learn the steps to take so you can have the peace of mind that you are prepared in the event of the unexpected. All exhibits, demonstrations, displays, speakers, special events are free, as is parking, admissions, lunch, and family emergency preparedness starter kits. Keep in mind, lunch and kits are only available to attending families that have registered beforehand while supplies last. So sign up today so you can be guaranteed a kit. The fair takes place Saturday, September 29th from 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at Pacific Theater's parking lot, located at 9400 Shirley Avenue in Northridge. For more, visit valleydisasterfair.com. Ciclavia is partnering with the LA Phil and Community Arts Resources and clearing the roadways between Walt Disney Concert Hall and Hollywood, transforming them into an auto-free zone where you can walk, run, skate, scoot, bike, and wander however you like. 6 hubs along the route will feature art, food trucks, screen printing, kid-friendly fun, and dancing, as well as live music from LA's best musicians. Nearly 1,800 musicians, artists, and dancers will come together to perform at the festival's 6 hubs and along the 8-mile route itself. Think of it as an 8-mile free space saved just for you to do with it what you will. And that's not all. The evening ends with a free concert at the Hollywood Bowl, where Gustavo Dudamel will lead the Los Angeles Phil and welcome very special guests and more to the Bowl stage. This Ciclavia takes place Sunday, September 30th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that's a look at some things to do. Well, that's going to do it for this edition. I'm Yana Kay, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org and check out our newest social media videos, LA This Minute. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Need a recycling center? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
Excellent. Cut, print, we're moving on. Hi, I'm Shane Woodson on the set of Cain and Abel here in Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Okay, I need my actors back on set, back in position.
September 28th. This council meets on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Harris, Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson. 13 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Cedillo moves and Ms. Rodriguez seconds.
Next is commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. O'Farrell moves and Mr. Buscaino seconds. Next.
Madam
Members-
President, items 1 through 11 are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports for 1, 2, and 3 have been posted and circulated for council's consideration.
Members, are there any specials? Okay, seeing none. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Mr. Koretz.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure that item 11 was called special.
It is by you, sir. We're going to hold item number 11 for Mr. Koretz.
Madam
Let's
Clerk,
go ahead and vote on 1 through 10, Madam Clerk.
1 through 10.
Let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, thank you.
Items 12 through 21 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
So without objection, those items are now before us. Are there any cards on these items?
Yes, Madam President. There are cards on 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. For the record, there is no action on item 13 because that is item 24 in the in the special meeting. And also there is a request to hold item 18 for an amending motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and hold those items for cards. What's next?
Madam President, 21 may be voted.
Let's go ahead and open the roll on 21. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
On the continuation, on the continuation, item 22 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay, any specials, members, on that item? Okay, seeing none. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Item 23 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, that item is now before us.
Madam President, there are cards on 23, so it should be held special.
Okay, let's go ahead and hold it. Item 23.
And that brings council to items called special, general public comment, or presentations.
Okay, let's move on to the presentation this morning. Mr. Cedillo, are you ready? All right.
Mr. Farrell, we're trying to do our presentation here.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Cedillo.
Yes, of course.
Gentlemen, Mr. Cedillo has a presentation, so I'm going to ask you to please take your seats. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. I am so ready for this. I'm so excited to give you an announcement. It was just recorded recently. There's been a survey of the 50 coolest neighborhoods of the world. Now, when I ran for office, I spoke about what type of community that we wanted to build and develop in my district. And I mentioned several neighborhoods around the world that you can go to and know that it's a community of, of music and culture and art. There's a cool vibe there. There's diversity. There's people who are getting along and enjoying life. and letting other people enjoy their lives. And so I was very excited to become a local elected official. Now, I know Los Angeles has a lot of cool neighborhoods, Silver Lake and East Hollywood and Echo Park, and on the west side, Venice. I want to give a nod to all my colleagues. South LA is emerging as one of the cool places to be. But of the 50 coolest neighborhoods around the world, number 9, Highland Park. Let's hear it for Highland Park. Number 50 is Roma, which is in DFMX in Mexico City. And there's a whole range of these neighborhoods. And I wanted to mention that because what brings and makes a community one of the coolest neighborhoods of the world is its people and its culture and its weekend activities, its diversity. And so this weekend, we're having our fifth annual Latin Jazz Music Festival. And we are bringing together high school bands. Their families are going to come and be very proud of them. But we're also bringing together Grammy Award-winning musicians. It's going to be a 2-day festival. It's free, Saturday and Sunday. 14 bands. We're going to have booths, pet adoptions. We're going to have a beer garden and food trucks. The Rams and the Chargers will be there. The great LA Rams are back. And that's where they wanted to be, in Highland Park this weekend. We have something for everybody. And it's free. It's free. And so if you don't like it, I guarantee your money back, and you can have it all back if you don't enjoy yourself this weekend. But I guarantee you're going to have the best weekend of your life. You're going to have the greatest weekend of all time. And so I want to introduce some of the bands we're going to have, and then I'm going to introduce my co-collaborator on this, my co-conspirator of bringing a cool, hip vibe to Highland Park and to the First District, who's Jose Rizzo, and he's a gem and a genius of Los Angeles. He's one of our better angels. But let me introduce some of the bands this weekend because they deserve recognition. We're going to start with the Bravo High School Latin Jazz Band. And Bravo's special because it's a STEM school. It's a school that's a pre-med high school, and yet they have this Latin jazz band that has a great history. We're going to have 2 of the greatest cover bands from the East Side. The Bulldogs will open up, and they'll be followed by Cold Duck, one of my favorites. Yes, Cold Duck. We're going to have Cold Duck for breakfast. Then we'll go with Robert Incelli and the Salsa Orchestra, Quetzal, Mongoramo, Jose's band, the Boogaloo Assassins. I don't know if anybody's heard the Boogaloo Assassins, but they are an amazing group that has captured the R&B sound and the Latin jazz sound of the 70s. And then we're going to finish with the Spanish Harlem Orquesta. And then after that, I knew this was just checking my notes here, Andy Vargas, Santana's favorite singer, sang one of Santana's #1 hits. Andy Vargas and the Soletos will be up on Saturday to wrap it up. It's going to be a long day. We welcome everybody to come and enjoy themselves. Then on Sunday, we're doing something special. We're going to have a day in which we're going to have all women-led bands or all women bands. And we think it's timely. We'd like to showcase the incredible talent of women in music and in Latin jazz. So we're going to start with the Ola Youth Festival, Heart of LA Youth Festival Ensemble. Claudia Gonzalez as Cava, an incredible find, a new emerging star. Kate Moraes and the Brazilian Hearts will be after her. And then we had scheduled Susie Hansen and her Latin band. The next thing you're going to get to hear her this morning, Dairene Santa Maria, Made in Cuba. You're going to get to hear her in one brief second. La Sonora Dinamita with Vilma Diaz. You'll love them. She rocks the house. And then I see my brother, Curran Price, knows who she is. She's probably played for him. And then we're going to close with Selenamos, which is a cover band for Selena. They performed just this last Saturday?
At El Grito.
El Grito, yeah.
Brought 'em.
And so they were one of the featured bands that performed. Let me bring up to you a man that I've known for somewhere between 25 and 30 years. Now, he didn't know me because I was part of his loyal audience. He began playing this music when he started at UC Santa Barbara, and I used to listen to him religiously, particularly in the 90s. I would remember driving home through traffic up to 110, and I'd figure out, well, what can I do this long drive? And I'd put on Jose Rizzo, jazz on the Latin side. And so I'm going to bring him up right now. He's going to introduce Dairine, and then we're going to wrap up with some great music. So with that, let me introduce to you one of the gems and one of our better angels, a giant and a genius in this genre, a unique, let me say this about Latin jazz and jazz. They are unique American products. They are cultural products that are unique. Their origins began here in our country, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about them. With that, let me introduce a newly retired teacher who can now focus on his music, and one of my best friends and one of my favorite collaborators, Jose Rizzo.
Wow. All right, Gil, way too kind, way too kind. But again, thank you, and I'm very happy to be here. Again, music is a big part of cultural evolution. You know, it's a big part of building bridges. When these wonderful festivals are put together, like also Kern Price's Central Avenue Jazz Festival, it brings in thousands of people from many different cultures and many different lifestyles, and we all join together and really just experiencing the wonderful gifts of our wonderful musicians here in Los Angeles. And that's what this does. It creates bonds, it crosses bridges, it forms bridges between people, and the musicians also that create their amazing craft get to evolve and get to play and share their skill and their gift, and share it with an audience. So the festivals are very, very important in our city. A big part that sometimes it might be overlooked, and we have no idea how important they really are for us. So again, kudos to everyone that puts to Gil for putting this festival together. I know about 5 years ago we talked about the idea, and Gil was, we have to do it. We have to form bridges. We have to bring people together, and he did, and that's what happens at the festival every year. So again, thank you, Gil, for doing that. Yeah. I hope we have jazz listeners. Again, jazz is a great American art form. I'm from K-Jazz. I've been there. In January, it'll be 29 years on the radio, jazz on the Latin side. We're the most listened to jazz station in the country. And again, thanks to all the people that support us. We play blues, Latin jazz, and jazz, all true American art forms, all those forms created here in the United States. Latin jazz was started in New York in the late 40s. And of course, blues and jazz, that's our music. So we treasure it, we take care of it, and there are many people that keep our music alive by sponsoring our station. So again, thank you to all our jazz fans for doing that. Now, as Gil mentioned, for the festival, we have 9 bands performing tomorrow Saturday, 9 bands from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. So if you want some music and some dancing music, I don't know how those legs are going to be able to withstand almost 12 hours of music, but it's going to be there. And on the next day, a very special day, we're dedicated to all the wonderful female musicians. We have great female musicians here in LA. All the female band leaders, many of the great ones will be performing with their own bands, strictly female band leaders on Sunday, and you're going to love it. They have wonderful, wonderful music. One of those great musicians, Dairine Santamaria, an amazing violinist, came directly from Cuba and has been living here in the States for a while. She's played in my band for a number of years in El Mongorama, and when she came in, she was so shy, and she would kind of stand in the back, and I go, Dairine, come on up, you know. And it took a little while, but now the shyness, you could pretty much scratch that off. She dances amazing while she plays on stage, and she is a complete, a complete show person on stage, and her musicianship is impeccable. So we're going to listen to a little bit from this great young violinist, Dairine Santamaria. Please, a big round of applause for Dairine.
Kareem's favorite.
Mr. Cedillo?
You can RSVP with my office this afternoon. I know after that presentation, all you want to be there, and I'm going to double the price. So I look forward to all of you. Yes, I'll be there all weekend. With that, let me, obviously, an incredible talent. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Thank you so much.
This is Kareem's favorite.
Yay, thank you.
And then Jose, a genius and a gem. Such a special person. Welcome to Los Angeles. Thank you for all that you do for our city, keeping us cool, keeping us in the top 10. All right, my brother. Great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you all weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Mr. Alfaro, you have a special introduction for us?
Thank you so much, Madam President, colleagues. On August 30th of last year, this council, this city made history when we replaced Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day on the city's administrative code. This coming October 8th, a week from Monday, will be the first official celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Los Angeles. After we took the bold and righteous action last year, many other cities across the country followed. Within a couple of weeks, Austin, Texas followed suit. They were followed by Long Beach and Fresno and Salt Lake City and Tulsa, then San Francisco, and many, many, many other cities, including Detroit. The replacement of Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day is a nationwide movement that is gaining steam. Through this process, I have gained many friends across the country. In advance of our first official Indigenous Peoples Day on October 8th, we have engaged in a nationwide effort inviting friends, tribes from across the country and across the Americas to participate in this celebration, especially being the largest population of any state or city that has acted so far. Indigenous tribes and Native American tribes are responding as never before. I recently made a new friend in Chairman Ernest L. Stevens, Jr. of the Oneida Nation. Mr. Stevens, Chairman Stevens, is the chairman of the National Indian Gaming Association and has been responsible over the last 18 years of helping to generate some $20 billion in growth of revenue for Native American tribes across the United States to help lift more indigenous people in this country out of poverty than ever before. I would like to invite Chairman Stevens, who is here with his lovely wife Cheryl on a very special visit to Los Angeles, to say a few words. Chairman Stevens was born and raised in Los Angeles, in the neighborhoods that I now represent. And he's going to say a few words about that. But before Chairman Stevens says a few words, Madam Chair, I would like to present him with this plaque on behalf of all of us. And it reads, Chairman Ernest L. Stevens, Jr., National Indian Gaming Association, member of the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I extend my sincere recognition for your commitment to representing and strengthening tribal sovereign rights, history, and cultural identity, presented by me as a representative of the Los Angeles City Council on this day. Congratulations, friend. It is great to have you here. We'll take a few pics, and then we'll say a few words.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Farrell.
Mr. Stevens.
Good afternoon, or good morning. I don't know. I'm really nervous. I've testified before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs and before Congress on many occasions, but I've never been in the chambers here of the neighborhood of which I grew up in.
Well,
This,
welcome to your
this
home,
is
sir.
a dream come true for me. I'm 59 years old. I'm married to this lady for 40 years, and I have 15 grandchildren. But I come from Indian country. I represent 184 member tribes of the National Indian Gaming Association. It makes up a $35 billion industry throughout this country, the most of which I think is right here in California. We just finished our mid-year conference in Temecula at Pachanga, and Indian country was loud and proud doing what we do to make America more beautiful, to continue to extend our economic opportunities. 770,000 indirect and direct jobs nationwide, most of which go to our neighbors and our friends and the people around us. My father came here right out of Korea, and he visited his first homeland was Skid Row in Los Angeles. And through his experience, he wanted to build a better place. So he was one of the first executive directors of the Los Angeles Indian Center. My mother came from Wisconsin, and they helped Native America survive through a program called relocation, in which they relocated many Native people here to Los Angeles with the promise of jobs and opportunity. And yet when it was all done, it took the Native people banding together through culture, tradition, and you see my friend A.C. Green is here. We're basketball fanatics. So A.C. is one of the best NBA players in the history, and he's also a native descent. And I took him to the National Basketball Championships. The first National Indian Basketball Championships were held right here in Los Angeles, California. What I wanted to say is that as it relates to Indigenous Peoples Day, thank you. Thank you to the city of Los Angeles. This morning, it was very emotional for me as the council members' team and my team and family. We went to the place of the Christopher Columbus statue. It's very, very difficult, but I took a high road and I put my hand at the feet of that statue and I prayed. I prayed for America. I prayed for this world. I prayed for peace and understanding, and I prayed for a better tomorrow for all of us. And I also prayed for the millions of Native American spirits, lives that were lost as a result of European contact. And we won't blame that all on Christopher Columbus, but we will say that today is a better day, and this is we have a better tomorrow in front of us. Millions of people died at the hands of this, and we are surviving. So with that, I just want to conclude. I think my wife will grab me quickly, or she'll tell me to cut it. But I come from a woman's world, and Oneidas were matriarchal. Our women are equal, if not higher. I get to be the chief in my household as long as I don't talk back and do what my wife says.
Sounds like my house.
So when we came to Los Angeles looking for opportunity, it ended up the Indian folks in LA, we bonded together and created a better opportunity with each other and by reaching out to the Los Angeles community, many of which were in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, but we found a way. And so when I say that today, I wanted to just acknowledge my grandmother who came here and waited tables. She had worked at the top of the tallest building in LA at the time, which might be the shortest downtown now. But in the 60s, it was the tallest building. My grandmother came from Oneida, my stepmother, my wife, my daughters, my granddaughters. I just acknowledge them, the women in our world, and the things that we do to make a better tomorrow. All we wanted to do is find an opportunity. And today, as a result of your leadership, as a result of America's leadership, and the result of Indian country continuing to surge in a very stateswoman-like manner, we continue to thrive in the world around us today. So I tried to reach my mother. My mother is 79 years old and survived a very poverty-stricken area, raising 4 kids in downtown LA. Echo Park, where else did I say? Silver Lake, Westlake, Hollywood. It sounds extraordinary. They weren't the best neighborhoods, but they were the most beautiful neighborhoods because that's where we came from. That's where my life is. I would be living in them right now, but I married this res girl the last 40 years. She likes it home on the res right near Oneida, Wisconsin. We have a real good football team called the Green Bay Packers right nearby. In closing, Madam Chair, and to all present here, Indian country will continue to take the lead. We'll continue to do everything we can to make America a better place. Education is the key to understanding. Indigenous Peoples Day is a key component to education. And we will educate our young, we'll educate our old. We will educate the President of the United States of America. We will educate his administration about who we are as we engage in this place, the world we call America, a place of color, a place of victory. And with Indigenous Peoples Day, we thrive. We thrive in America today. We thrive in Los Angeles, and I'm just honored to be here. This is one of the most favorite places in the whole world for me. It brings back so many memories. I'll go to the nursing home. My father was on the LA City Multicultural Commission. He was the first and only Indian at the time in the 1960s. He went from here to Sacramento to Arizona, and he went to work for Richard Nixon, and he worked for the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C. He now lives in a nursing home with state-of-the-art technology that will take care of him till the day he dies. That's what Indian Gaming is about, taking care of us, taking care of community and the people around us. But again, in conclusion, Indigenous People Day is a giant step in American history. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrill. Chairman Stevens.
Yes.
Welcome here to the LA City Council chambers. You are welcome to come back anytime. Thank you very much. We're very honored to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. We have very special guests that I'd like to introduce. We have students from the AIL Academy. They're MBA students from UC Riverside and Nanjing Normal University in China. Can you please stand to be recognized? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and take up item number 11. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Okay, thank you. Let's move. Okay, there's been a request from DOT to send that item forthwith, item 11. Let's move on to our presentations. Mr. Rue, Ms. Rodriguez, you guys ready?
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues, and happy Firefighter Appreciation Month. I am so honored to be joined by my great colleague, Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, as well as Kurt Gonska of the California Fire Foundation, and most of all, our great heroes of the Los Angeles Fire Department. Today, we have Chief Armando Hogan of the Los Angeles Fire Department West Bureau, and Battalion Chief Jason Hing, as well as engineers, captains, and firefighters from across our fire department. Let's give them a round of applause. We all know that here in Los Angeles, we are lucky to have one of the best firefighting forces anywhere in the world. And boy, do we need them. This summer alone, The Los Angeles Fire Department fought back not just one, but 3 fires in Griffith Park alone. One of them which evacuated over 2,000 people. And as for the councilman representing the District 4 and Griffith Park and many of the fire-sensitive hillsides, I am very thankful every day to have a team like the LAFD serving our city. But these heroes behind me don't just protect Los Angeles, they step up and answer the call when our neighbors need help too. Whether it's a hurricane in North Carolina or Texas, or fires across our state, the Los Angeles Fire Department is there. In fact, the team behind me are the folks who deployed to fight the Carr Fire, the Ferguson Fire, the Ribbon Fire, and the Mendocino Complex Fire, as well as so many other fires across California. And just 2 weeks ago, the Los Angeles Fire Department Task Force 1 was in Virginia to assist in the rescue efforts for Hurricane Florence. Los Angeles and the entire state of California is so lucky to have you. Now I'd like to invite up Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Ryu. It is a great honor for me to join you this morning in celebrating what we know all too well, and that is our treasured LA City Fire Department and all of the work that they do every single day. You know, it's as a daughter of an LA City firefighter, I grew up knowing exactly how talented these men and women are of this great department and their dedication and selflessness in service to our communities. As a recently elected council member, I too discovered being amongst them at the command post, watching their dedication in service to our community at some very difficult times. And given the environmental conditions that we continue to see, these fires are the new normal. And as difficult as that is, these men and women continue to put themselves at the forefront of not just being in service to the city of Los Angeles, but being in service to the state of California and across this country and internationally. Task Force 1 has continued to deploy in the variety of emergency national and international events, because that is how they work. They work as a team, just as so many of us desperately need them to continue to refine their skills. They are out there challenging themselves every single day, learning the most current applications of how they could be more useful in service to our communities across this country. So I am incredibly grateful for the continued service and example that the men and women of the LA City Fire Department continue to exemplify. And I thank you, Councilman Ryu, for bringing them in. For me, their family, and I continue to just be incredibly proud of the service and their dedication and their selfless acts, and always just being on call for any emergency situation. Thank you all so much for your continued service.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you to your father, and thank you to your entire family for their service, for your service. But helping us celebrate Firefighter Appreciation Month is now Kurt Gonska of the California Fire Foundation. Kurt.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryu and Councilwoman Rodriguez. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you to the LA City Council and all the brave men and women who battle fires day in and day out across the state, saving property and saving lives. The California Fire Foundation is a nonprofit 501c3 charitable foundation formed in 1987 to assist firefighters, the families of fallen firefighters, and ordinary citizens in the communities they protect. Its programs assist the fire service and communities throughout California before, during, and after natural disasters and other emergencies. The foundation's mandate includes an array of survivor and victim assistance programs and community initiatives, including the California Firefighters Memorial Ceremony, which will take place tomorrow in Sacramento to honor the fallen firefighters from the previous year, as well as the Firefighters on Your Side program, which conducts outreach and education about fire safety, the Daniel A. Terry Scholarship that provides financial assistance to the children of fallen firefighters, and the Supplying Aid to Victims of Emergency, or SAVE program. Through SAVE, local firefighters on the scene of emergencies are able to provide people who may have just lost everything in a fire at their home a preloaded MasterCard to help them get through those first few hours, to get a meal or a hotel, and to start to move forward. In the wake of the wildfires that overtook California last winter, CFF's SAVE program provided more than $270,000 in direct financial aid to eligible victims, including fellow firefighters who lost their own homes while they were on the front lines protecting others. And over the lifetime of the program, nearly $500,000 in financial assistance has been distributed to more than 15,000 victims of disaster who have purchased more than 20,000 meals, 55,000 basic supply purchases, and dozens of hotel room stays in just the past few years. So thank you so much for this great recognition and for your continued support of our firefighters and the California Fire Foundation.
Thank you. And finally, I want to bring up from our own very own Los Angeles Fire Department, Chief Hogan and Chief Hing, to talk about what it's really like to do this important work and life-saving work.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Madam President, honorable members of the City Council, and those in attendance. My name is Armando Hogan, Deputy Chief in charge of Operations West Bureau. My purpose here today is to express a debt of gratitude for the honor of recognizing the many members of the Los Angeles Fire Department, sworn, civilian, active, and retired, for their daily service to all the communities of Los Angeles. This recognition was not initiated nor solicited by the LAFD. However, it is deeply appreciated that this honorable body would take time out of their extremely busy schedule to bestow this recognition upon our deserving department. I would like to personally thank two members of the council, the Honorable Representative from Council District 4, Councilmember David Rue, and the Honorable Representative from Council District 7, Monica Rodriguez, for their support and acknowledgement during Firefighter Appreciation Month. On behalf of our Fire Chief, Ralph Terrazas, and the many members of the LAFD, we are appreciative, honored, and humbled by your reception. I take this opportunity to thank you one, and I thank you all. And please have a very safe and productive day.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable council members. My name is Jason Hing. I'm a battalion chief assigned to emergency operations, where I'm the executive officer. I'm excited to be here today to briefly tell you about my personal experience and the remarkable efforts of our Los Angeles Fire Department members who were with me at the Mendocino Complex fire, which ultimately consumed over 459,123 acres and became California's largest wildfire in modern history. The 5 Type 3 Cal OES vehicles, which make up Strike Team 1880 Charlie, provide us a specialized capability in responding to all hazards, such as earthquakes, floods, or fires. These unique apparatus are designed to access rugged terrain and are well suited for the complexities of climate change and drought conditions that we have become all too familiar with in this great state of ours. If you look at the monitors behind you, there are a few pictures. At the Mendocino Complex fire, our members were involved in improving existing containment lines, putting thousands of feet of hose on the ground, creating helispots on top of ridges, coordinating water drops with air operations, working with several hotshots to burn out over 1,000 acres of brush, and prepping and defending the Lake Pillsbury Resort. I understand that September has been chosen as Firefighter Appreciation Month, but I would like to turn around the recognition and put it back on you, the City Council, who have continued to support and work with Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas over the last several years and allow us to continue on providing exceptional public safety and emergency service. I'd also like to especially thank Council members Rodriguez and Rue for this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the great and hardworking men and women of Strike Team 1880 Charlie, who truly are exceptional ambassadors and represent the city of Los Angeles positively. I'm sure I can speak for all of the members of our organization in just simply saying we appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you all for your service. We have certificates and commendations for every single firefighter who served in fighting these fires across our state. And now, on behalf of the City Council,
Mr. Rue, I have a member on the
okay,
queue,
great.
Mr. Englander.
How could I not? First of all, I want to thank you both for bringing our firefighters here today for Firefighter Appreciation. I think every day, in all honesty, needs to be Firefighter Appreciation Day. And there's a number of reasons why. And I think you both spoke very eloquently in outlining all the reasons why. I think, Monica, you nailed it. And for our brave men and women and what they're doing to go above and beyond the call of duty each and every day. But the last 18 months have been incredibly unique and have forever changed statistically what we respond to, how we respond, and the magnitude of the incidents that are occurring here in Los Angeles and our region. In fact, just a couple interesting facts. Los Angeles Fire Department was actually ranked the third busiest fire department in the entire country, and this last year had 492,717 calls. That's incredible. 500,000 calls here in the city of Los Angeles. And in fact, the LAFD Station 9 is the busiest station in the entire country, which last year had a total of 33,000 out of one station. 33,380 calls. That's extraordinary. That means you are not stopping for a second. And with that, keeping in mind, while 85% in the last 18 months have been medical response, 15% haven't. And those comprised of the Latuda Canyon fire, where 7,000 acres that were burned, 5 homes destroyed. What's amazing, and it was sad, that was 5, but it was only 5 homes out of all of that. With that, December, we had the SoCal fires, 29 different fires in 1 month. 29 fires, while responding also to nearly 500,000 calls for service. 6 of them became significant. 300,007 acres were burned here in Southern California, the largest in our history. Over 230,000 people were evacuated throughout the state of California, many by Los Angeles City Fire Department. The Creek Fire, nearly 16,000 acres burned, 123 buildings and 81 buildings damaged. 3 firefighters were injured in that fire. 115,000 people were actually forced to evacuate in that fire. They also backed up in that fire by the LA County Fire Department, CAL FIRE, Glendale, and Burbank. So the mutual aid to all of our partners is so critically important. The fact that we train together, we equip together, we respond together is extraordinary. The Skirball Fire, 422 acres burned, 6 structures destroyed, 12 structures damaged, 3 firefighters injured. That was a very difficult fire. The terrain, geography was incredibly strenuous and difficult. The Thomas Fire in Ventura County that we also responded to, 8,500 firefighters at its height, 8,500 firefighters. Yet we didn't miss a beat on our response times here for every single emergency that we were responding to. The Rhea Fire in Santa Clarita, 6,000 acres burned. A firefighter was injured in that as well. In my district alone this last year, we had the Rocky Point Road Fire, the Limekiln Fire, the 118 Woodley and Rinaldi Fire, the 118 Corbin Fire, and 3 fires in the Santa Susana Pass. Now that's just statistically, and what you guys have done in the last 18 months is unbelievable. It's absolutely incredible. But on top of that, you're the most cutting-edge fire department in the world, and constantly coming up with new innovations and creations and way to create efficiencies and improve response to those in need. Recently, putting in our nurse practitioner unit, which has dramatically helped the situation responding to medical emergencies and particularly those that are constant, chronic, frequent fires. And then on top of that, our rapid response. Nobody's done that to the degree that we're doing that today. We are the first fire department. I want to thank you for this. We're the first fire department. We're the only fire department in the world that has FireStat, which has dramatically changed and revolutionized the way that we look at all of our operations from top to bottom. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart on that as well. And so I thank you for Firefighter Appreciation Day, and thank you to Councilmember Ryu and Council Member Monica Rodriguez for bringing them here today as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Englander. And with that, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, we want to thank all the men and women for their continued service and courage in protecting our city, state, and beyond. And we have commendations for each and every one of you that we'll be presenting in the back. And if our Chair of Public Safety, Councilmember Englander, could join us in the back, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Farrell, are you ready?
Oil Refinery Company and
Oh,
City of
right,
Japan.
sure.
Actually, you'll be. Oh, am I? Okay. So if you, yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Thanks for your question. Thank you. We have so much to celebrate today. You're the finale. Yay. Madam President, Mr. Huizar and I are so excited. This is the finale of celebrations today. There's just so much to celebrate. But we're so excited to help introduce October as Filipino American History Month. Annually, we recognize the contributions of the Filipino American community here in Los Angeles. I'm particularly proud to be here today as the representative of historic Filipino Town in the 13th District, a neighborhood that has been home to Filipinos since at least the 1940s and served as a gateway for many Filipino immigrants in Los Angeles. We continue to foster a great relationship with the Filipino community. Most recently, the Pasig River in Manila, Philippines, became the most recent Los Angeles sister city to the Los Angeles River in October of 2016. A Philippine delegation visited Los Angeles and established the Sister River Agreement with Commissioner Joel Jacinto 2 years ago. As a fellow colleague, I have the pleasure of representing this great community with Councilmember Huizar, who has a large Filipino enclave in his district, in the 14th District. I would like to now invite Mr. Huizar to say a few words and recognize a few special honorees.
Thank you, Mr.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell, and happy Filipino American History Month. It's great to be here in October with lots of activity happening in the city, but also a great time to acknowledge a community that has been in Los Angeles since its founding. And I'm very proud to represent Eagle Rock, a community that has one of the largest number of Filipinos in the country, along with Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell's district. And just to give you an example, last year we were proud to host LA's first Filipino food festival at the Eagle Rock Plaza called Eat, Play, Move. Well, 25,000 people showed up, and it showed the presence of the Filipino American community in Northeast Los Angeles. And this year they are making this event even bigger and better with a block party near Little Tokyo at Jackson and Vignes on October 27th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So we invite you all to come on out. And today we are giving special recognition to a few organizations that celebrate Philippine culture in Los Angeles each and every day. The Los Angeles 12 Pares Eskrima has promoted the learning and preservation of traditional Filipino martial arts in Los Angeles since 2004. And since their early days training in Griffith Park, they have been committed to serving all communities throughout Los Angeles. So please help me welcome Grandmaster Erwin Masqueda to speak and say a few words. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam President and Honorable City Council members. I'm very glad to be here joined with some of my black belt instructors. I found about our becoming an honor today as I was conducting seminars in Eastern Europe and was very excited to come home to the wonderful news. I have been practicing this art passed on to me by my great uncles since I was a young boy, and much later on found myself on a mission to share our art here in America. Through the infinite wisdom of God and His blessing, here we are now in the great city of Los Angeles on our 14th year representing the Paris multi-style system with 3 training branches in Southern California. And we are now about to open up our 4th training branch at Temple Street through the generous cooperation of the Search to Involve Filipino Americans, one of the most active and passionate community strengthening organizations in Los Angeles. We will be able to share our expression of this Filipino art closer to our own community, to the Angelino youth. We would like to thank current President Joan Alexandria Tagle, First Vice President Alexandra Banares, and the rest of the Board of Officers of the Los Angeles Filipino Association of City Employees, not only for bestowing us this great honor, but for being stalwarts for the advancement of our fellow Filipinos and other minorities. And we also thank the Honorable Jose Huizar, Honorable Mitch O'Farrell, and their teams for always looking after the improvement of the quality of living for our fellow Angelinos at heart. It is not every day that we come across organizations fueled with same passions as we have, and for those opportunity to be with you all today, we sincerely thank you all very much. Daghang salamat and mabuhay.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. And we would also like to acknowledge at this time Ray Cacoy Rodis II. Ray is the Chief Executive Officer at Rodis Entertainment Digital, where he is responsible for film and project development. Before this position, he worked with presidential candidates, Congress members, and governors in the Philippines. And so we welcome you, Ray, and say congratulations, and welcome you to say a few words. Welcome.
I would like to thank the City Council and LaFace, and I'm truly honored of this recognition. Thank you very much.
Not to mention that that's the nicest Lakers cap I've ever seen. I didn't even know they made those. That's phenomenal. All right. And did you see AC Green? He was, yeah, okay, good. Good. I'm sure he was happy to see that. I would also like to recognize a few exemplary individuals who have made a significant contribution through their respected fields, specifically through the arts. Our third honoree is the Filipino American Symphony Orchestra, otherwise known as FASO. It's their 10th anniversary. Filipino American Symphony Orchestra cultivates and promotes the rich artistic and cultural traditions of the Philippines by offering concert series to the community and giving Filipino artists wings to fly, and collaborating with local artists in Los Angeles and with artists from around the world. We recognize the Filipino American Symphony Orchestra on their 10th anniversary and wish them many years of continued growth, success to the city of Los Angeles. To accept this recognition and say a few words, we have Arlene Ferrolino, President of the Filipino American Symphony Orchestra.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the Los Angeles City Council and the council members for honoring FASO, the Philippine American Symphony Orchestra. I am thrilled to be here this morning with our musical director, Mr. Robert Schroeder, and our composer in residence, Dr. Louis Ramos, and members of the board of directors that are standing behind me. We wish we could have brought the entire symphony orchestra to perform for you this morning, but that might not be possible. But we are thrilled to accept the proclamation, and we want to let you know that the Filipino American Symphony Orchestra is the first and only Filipino symphony outside of the Philippines. And yes, as Councilman O'Farrell said, we do give artists wings to fly. We've sponsored educational outreach programs to underserved communities, and also specifically in District 13. So we would like to acknowledge grants and funding that we have received so that we can continue our many programs. And on our 10th year, we would also like to invite you to our 10th year anniversary concert, which will be held on November the 3rd at the Alex Theater in Glendale. Thank you very much for this recognition, and we hope that there will be many more years of music ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Mr. Huizar and I have a bunch of certificates that we're going to present as we close this recognition today. We would like to acknowledge the Los Angeles Filipino American City employees, La Face. La Face lives up to their mission of, to foster the advancement of Filipinos and other minorities in city service by organizing civil service exam preparation trainings, leadership seminars, employment outreach, and various other cultural events and educational presentations. La Face truly continues to enrich the cultural and social fabric of Los Angeles. And there are two members of La Face on my staff. I want to recognize Angelo Yanko, my legislative guy who makes everything happen, and Gigi Galias, who keeps my office in order. Thank you, Gigi. And we know that there are many, many council staff members in all the offices who are represented as well. So therefore, we recognize October 2018 as Filipino American History Month, and to accept this certificate, and then we'll present the others, to say a few words is La Face's new president, Joan Alexandria Toggle.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, everyone. The Filipino American National Historical Society designated this year's theme as Turning Points and celebrates major anniversaries this year. 2018 is the 120th anniversary of the Philippines' Declaration of Independence from Spain. It is also the 50th anniversary of the establishment of ethnic studies at the San Francisco State University, UC Berkeley, and UC Davis. And 2018 is also the 10th anniversary of FASO. Major milestones that we are proud to celebrate. The Los Angeles Filipino Association of City Employees is proud of its commitment to the advancement of Filipino Americans and minorities, not just in city service, but in the advancement of Filipino American organizations that provide services in various capacities that promote the rich Filipino cultural heritage and traditions. In doing so, we encourage representation in various fields, inspiring young Filipino Americans who can now envision themselves in roles and positions that they may not have previously. La Face applauds and honors Filipino American Symphony Orchestra, LA 12 Paris Eskrima, Ray Cacoy Rodas for their contributions in this regard as they do their daily work. It is a turning point, indeed, for Filipino Americans and Asian Americans. With the recent success of Crazy Rich Asians, we said something very strongly in this nation. Let's keep doing our work well, and let's represent proudly. Let's keep providing inspiration for those who are looking for us. Thank you.
Well done. And please accept the certificate to La Face.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a...
Oh, okay.
It's just like TMZ. All right. So now we'll present the certificates. And we have the Filipino American Symphony Orchestra. There you go. Yes. There you go.
Everyone right here in the center, please. Right there. And over to your right. Look over here, please. And back. And back here. Over here, please.
We're good? All right. Okay.
Thank you.
To Ray Casoy Rodis the second. And to the Los Angeles 12 Pares Eskrima.
We're not going to see a demonstration where you use Jose as a... No? You're not going to flip this?
Try it next time.
All right, with that, we thank you. Congratulations. Meraming salamat.
Mabuhay.
Mabuhay, thank you. You bet. Good to see you.
Okay, we're on multiple speaker cards. Herman, come on up. Balance of the items. Stick to the items, please.
Good morning, Council, or I should mention Council members, since we're all part of
Stick
this
to
horseshoe.
the agenda items only. That's your only warning.
Well, if we're going to go into this motion regarding Englander on item 13, I want to advise Council that legal options are not an option. Rather, that I, the legislative body of the Brown Act, will construe your opinion whether or not the city attorney immediately reported to City Council on the closed manner of the session. Now, in simple layman terms, fuck you. As appropriate on all available legal options, as I mentioned, not to construe that the Brown Act violates any civil action, but I control the floor as I represent partisans on all parts of legal action. Mr. Attorney, the council may recess to a closed session to confer whether or not legal counsel pursuant to the Government Code Section 54956, for your information, is the Brown Act. And I control the floor. Now, on item 14, whether or not communication from the city administrative officer, MOU, is relative to whether or not I appear very small. Do I appear very small to you in the audience? I'm at large.
You're not on the topic.
I'm regarding Channel 36 to authorize the general manager fucking information regarding the technology of the way this agency projects me on screen, whether or not from July, effectively July, not to mention in 2005, whether I stood out to believe that $505,000 is a good contract. Then I slipped over on the items of this bombshell. Item 18, regarding the tyrant, relative reapproving a municipal improvement. Well, I am the municipal god of the deities here. And the Los Angeles MICLA, as I put it in my language, is that you all recognize that this $200,000 for the fiscal year of fire department adopted budget should be immediately approved, the fundings for those motherfucking trucks and vehicles. Now my general public comment. As you already know, Rule 77 does not apply at this moment because, as I pointed out, there has been some tyrants, crybaby politicians saying that you, the public, any of you here, cannot come in this facility and find yourself removed. Well, I want to ask that they do remove you from the building so that you can bring a lawsuit and bring liability against the city for violating your civil rights as you, the people, we the people. And again, whether or not Brett Kavanaugh is wrong or right, my opinion is fuck David Rue for fucking that sleeping woman that was unconscious 20 years ago. If David Rue doesn't want to stand here like he ran away like a pussy, then he better stand up to the law.
Your time is up,
I
Herman.
represent
Thank you. Sit down, please. Sit down. Wayne? Wayne, no longer here? Okay, take him off. Mr. Previn? All right, Wayne.
Starting my time early so you can start violating more laws faster. Yeah. All right, so what do we have here today? Always the usual. So, let's see here, the Cultural Affairs Commission. What does it do? It does nothing. The Cultural Affairs Commission is a waste of time. Get rid of the Cultural Affairs Commission. Out, Berta Avila. The only reason you're doing this is to try to filter money into your nonprofits or your friends. Tell them no. Then you had 13. Well, see, item 13 is skill Cedillo motion, is CD1. Now, as you know, we're going to continue with the peace treaty, so we're going to refer and defer to Mr. Cedillo, a.k.a. Mr. Cedillo, which you've known before. Then we got number 14, the Third Amendment for the cable television contract. Where's my face on your television contract? It's itty bitty.
Don't yell into the microphone.
It's itty bitty
Wayne,
bitty bitty.
Hold his time for 1
It's
second.
itty bitty bitty bitty.
Hey, Wayne, I'm going to hold your time for a second. You're fine. I just want to let you know that we just had a group of school kids join us as well, so I wanted to thank them for being here, but go ahead and start his clock again.
Oh, okay. So you see, so you're going to try to set us up, and you're going to try to do all this other crap that you're going to do. I get kids here. It's a fan tip. I have to get TROs. I got to do this. I got to do that. What you need to do is look at my face on your cable channel, how small it is. You're violating the First Amendment. You're violating FCC regulations, channel 30-fucking-6. You can't do that. You have to give us equal time. If their faces are the same size, my face when I speak at the podium, when I have the floor, has to be the goddamn same size. And it's not, because you discriminate categorically against public speakers who are not paid or not on your payroll or blackmailing Jackie Lacey like you are. That's why my little face can't be seen. That's the reason why Channel 36 should lose its FCC license. That's why I'm filing a complaint with the FCC to have their license suspended and pending an investigation with Donald Trump's administration, because I want my face to be the same size as all of your other wonderful speakers, so that sometimes I come and I may wear a costume. And if I wear a costume, I want them to see my pretty little costumes, not by David Zonheiser faking photographs that don't exist. I'm here, I'm waving my goddamn hand, you can't see me, and you're violating FCC regulations. Now you got 15, you're running a hiring hall. What is this, 1930s? What are we, Cannery Row? You don't need it. We don't have jobs in the city.
1 minute for general public comment.
Get to this general comment. So you got your two ringleaders to my left over here, Hugo Rossiter and his other city attorneys. And you know what they spend 6 days a week doing? They over in the Kenneth Hahn building, and they're the James Hahn building, and they are trying to figure out how they can get rid of me and Mr. Herman from ever speaking here again. They are trying to drive us out. And they're spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money to do so. All they have to do is just offer me a settlement of my lawsuit for my illegal arrest, my attempted murder, my defamation by Rob Wilcox, my false bar charges that resulted from it, the suspension of my Second Amendment rights, all of the shit that I'm going through. All you have to do is give me just compensation for my damages. But you're not going to do it. You're going to spend the city's money.
Your time is
Fuck
up.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Previn.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. I'm on the neighborhood council there, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself on today's agenda. First of all, I just want to agree that we have one of the most innovative fire departments in the world.
You're not on the agenda. So I've already made several warnings. You got to stick to the
Item
agenda.
14 is the cable access channel, item. You've got channel 36, and I think people need to remember that AT&T, for which your uncle has been the lobbyist for many, many years, took a bold step in 2009 or 8 and got rid of a 38-year-old requirement that public access channels be made available. And you have been doing a very diligent job along with Eric Garcetti and Herb Wesson to dismantle the public platform for this kind of interface. Now, Channel 36 is slightly different than Channel 35. It's a $505,000. It's been going on for years, and we give the money to a guy named, it's a not-for-profit, I forget his name, I think it's Stephen Grace, who runs a company that sounds like it's official called LA Cable TV Access Corporation, Inc., or something like that. So Hugo Rossiter is in the room, and he's been, trying to create this sense, as have you all, that there's a problem with people in the public such that they should not appear the same size as others in the telecast, like the great indigenous speaker who we are greatly supportive of. And all these people today who are going to come down here and advocate about oil drilling in our neighborhoods, which is completely unacceptable and needs to be handled appropriately by the genius Mark Ridley Thomas and Richard Bruckner, who together are working with Bonin at MTA to do early negotiating agreements out of view of the public in order to bring things forward that the public wants and needs. Now, you need to take a seat back, Mr. Englander, because the Cultural Affairs Commission and the Heritage, I guess it's called Cultural Affairs, Ms. Avila, we're going to speak with her directly about changing the way you all interpret the public's points of view. 2 or 3 speakers who speak a certain way are not the rest of us, and they're entitled to speak just like the rest of us, and you are a tyrant, I have to say, in the nicest possible way. Now, item 11...
Herman, if you're going to disrupt this meeting,
it's okay, sir.
that's your
You
only
can mind
warning.
your own business.
So,
Item
okay.
11
Letting you know.
is the scooter matter, where you've got lobbyists
Mr. Previn,
crawling around
we
the
already
hall.
voted on item 11.
Oh, well,
It's
good work,
done.
sir. Good work. What did you come up with?
Please move on to one of the items that you've signed up for that's subject to public comment.
Okay. I'm happy to cooperate that way. I was trying to speak on what I thought was a very important item, and I guess the scooter item has been approved. Fine.
Please move on.
Okay,
Mr.
again,
Previn.
start as 1 minute for general public comment.
Sure. Thank you. My 1 minute of general public comment, I had the opportunity yesterday. I know Mr. Marquise Harris Dawson has not been around, and Herb Wesson, I don't believe, is here today. Oh, he is here, but we haven't seen his face, so that's an interesting quorum issue. But there's a plan to do a women's detention facility in Lancaster, up in the 5th District, where you ran for supervisor. And they want to bus African-American and Filipino-American women and all people who get arrested down here, up there, and they're vulnerable to something called cocci and valley fever, and Blumenfield will check the state public health numbers. They're up 195% since 2014, so it's a very dangerous, bad idea, and the county are the people who are going to make the decision. But yesterday at Metro, where Sheila Kuehl has made it so that even if they have 50 or 60 items, you can speak on a total of 3 for 1 minute each, she and Mayor Garcetti sat there and heard the bad news that we had voiced it at the Citizens Oversight Commission, that they are very worried about this detention facility. And that's why we seek the support of Harris Dawson and Herb Wesson, who are going to have a disproportionate amount of people shipped
Your time is up.
out
Thank
of
you
town.
very much. Go ahead and have a seat.
We were joined by special students from LAUSD John Adams Middle School. They're 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Do you want to stand up to be recognized? Welcome to your Los Angeles City Council. Wade, you're going to be on TV. There you go. Thank you for being here. Our next speaker on multiple cards is Antonio Ramirez. Are you here, Mr. Ramirez? Ramirez, I'm going to remind you really quickly the items you've signed up to speak on, your general public comment, and items 14, 15, and 18. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can I start with my public comment first?
Sure.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hold on, let me fix the clock.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Los Angeles is unsafe, it stinks, and is uninhabitable. The Skid Row niggers have joined forces with the La Placita and Olvera Street ugly, filthy, nasty, come caca, chango Latino wetbacks, and gangbanging pigs, pussies, and thieves. These violent junkies terrorize, assault, vandalize, graffiti, weapons and drugs deals, and torture, steal from innocent, law-abiding homeless, law-abiding women, and our beloved United States military veterans. Where the hell is public safety? These fucking criminal assholes sleep at the City Hall lawn and on Main Street in their tents, and now are sprinkling into the Music Center, Grand Park, blocks 1 through 4, where these niggers, wetbacks, gangbangers, fags, white trash, lesbos, and trannies all have plugged up the toilets and stolen from the Music Center Grand Park patrons. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have no toilets because the toilets the bathrooms are closed at block 1 and 4.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez, I'm going to stop you right there. Hold on for just a second before you move on. I just want to make note that there is all the middle school kids that I just introduced just walked out of our council meeting. Mr. Streffen, can you make note of that? Over the language, and I see some people in the audience as well.
Yes.
Just as offended. I just want to remind everyone these are First Amendment rights. People have the right to say whatever they need to say during general. Mr. Herman, enough. God bless America. But I just want to make note of that. If you have any reason to complain over what was just said during public comment, you can address them to Mr. Streffen, our city attorney. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and give you your 3 minutes for your items number 14, 15, and 18. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Number 14, I say hell no. Do not approve this. It is fraud, waste, and abuse. It's outright theft by the political criminals. It's too expensive unless you take it out of the fake Jewish general fund, like Eric Garcetti and City Attorney Michael Fuhr. Let the unpatriotic, un-American pussies pay for these so-called theft items. Hell, they can afford it. The fake Jews have stolen everything from us, our home, our bank accounts, our money, and our property. That is why we are homeless living on the streets. So I say to them, take it away from them. And second of all, no. Again, the FCC demands that we be given equal coverage. Again, per Spindler, it is content-based discrimination if there isn't equal coverage. And again, if you follow the rule of law and do everything objectively, I wouldn't be here saying what I'm saying. You wouldn't be here trying to cover your asses, man. So what I'm saying is, ladies and gentlemen, and politicals, start doing the right thing. Donald Trump is doing it. Start enforcing the FCC license regulations. Sit down and read every statute and itemize it and read it and understand it. It comes down to one thing: equal coverage. We all want the same size of face, unless you're abnormal or you're handicapped, but nevertheless, we all want to be seen as we really are. We don't want to be micro or mago or whatever the hell. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to do the right thing, let's start doing the right thing, implementing the FCC license regulations and doing it ethically. But the city has a problem doing that, so they're unethical. 15, transferring additional funds to the Bureau streets. Hell, get rid of the goddamn gangbangers and wetbacks, and you will start doing the right thing. You won't have to increase any monies for the Bureaus of Street Services. We need to hire military veterans. Stop hiring these goddamn wetbacks and gangbangers and goddamn junkies. Start hiring military veterans who will be ethical, and they will do their job ethically, because a lot of these Bureau Street Services maintenance people are stealing right under our noses and stealing all the equipment and supplies and taking it to their gangbangers, as I've been told on the street. And I see that all the time. And number 16, a comprehensive finding program of Hollywood area. Hollywood is a pigsty, man. Goddamn, clean the goddamn cesspool. It's rat infested. It is dirty. It's filthy. It's nasty. It stinks. Hollywood is a stink bomb. Clean the goddamn city and take the city council members, flush them down the toilet with all the rest. Erica,
your time is up. Thank you very much. Members, I'm going to go ahead and ask you. We're ready to vote on item number 12 and items 15 through 19. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. And tabulate the votes. Okay, thank you. Next item is item number 20, and there's a number of comment cards on item number 20. I'm going to call you in threes. If you can please line up behind the podium. Umber Perez, are you here? Andre Moore, can you please line up behind Mr. Perez? Eric Hope, you can line up behind Mr. Moore. Mr. Perez, you need Spanish translation. ¿Necesita traducción, señor?
Sí, por favor.
Un momentito.
Sí, claro. Buenos días. Uber Pérez.
Okay.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, señores comisionados.
Good morning, commissioners.
Mi nombre es Uber Pérez
My name is Uber Perez.
y tengo 24 años trabajando para Cal Carriage K&R
I am 24 years working in Calcaj, Paraná,
como contratista independiente,
as an independent contractor.
manejando troques,
I'm a driver of trucks.
y estoy aquí presente por mí y más de 120 compañeros como trabajadores independientes. para
I'm
Cal
here
Carriage.
representing 120 subcontractors.
Pidiéndoles que nos den la oportunidad de seguir trabajando en la yarda,
We ask you to please give us the opportunity to continue working at the yard,
porque nosotros y nuestras familias dependemos del trabajo que nos da Cal Carriage y K&R,
because we're depending on the work that Calcaj gives us.
que ya nos sentimos como en familia ya con ellos de tanto tiempo.
We feel like a family because we work with them for a long time.
Y mi deseo y de mis compañeros es que ustedes nos concedan el permiso para seguir trabajando,
My wish and the wish of my colleagues is that you allow us to continue working there,
para continuar laborando y facilitarnos el sustento para nuestras familias.
so we can continue working there and we can continue supporting our families. Thank you, that's all. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Mr. Andre Moore, followed by Eric Hope and David Garcia. David, are you here? Mr. Garcia? Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. My name is Andre Moore. I've been an employee at Cal Carthage for 7 years. My time is short, so I just wanted to go over two things, family and home. A home is defined as a place where one lives permanently, especially as a member of a family. What's a family? By definition, it's a group consisting of parents and children living under the same household. We all know that sometimes we consider people of no blood relation family, and to me, my coworkers, my family, Cal Carthage has been my home. For us to be denied the right to renew our permit to occupy would be devastating to my family and my home. It not only jeopardizes my happiness and my means of survival, but also my family members. On a small scale, it affects us. On a larger scale, our community and local economy. A bigger scale, our customers that we've worked so hard to come close to. In closing, I just want to say that I hope you guys don't split up our family or break up our happy home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hope, followed by Mr. Garcia and Ike Brown. Are you here? Mr. Brown? Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good morning.
City Council. I stand for you today. It's my birthday today. I was born in California, General Hospital right up the street. I worked for Cal Carthage for 3.5, 4 years. I'm a clamp driver, and I'm here because my life depends on it. When I walked up to Cal Carthage, I was homeless. They didn't hesitate to give me work. They gave me steel-toe boots and a vest, and I've been working ever since. I'm baffled right now because these people that took over the company, they're trying their best to make it safe for us. They're not giving us a chance. They keep overturning things. I'm speaking for myself, my livelihood, my coworkers. This is my second family. We need this. Please reinstate this. So much depends on this.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Time is
you.
up. Thank you. David Garcia, followed by Ike Brown and Bruce Jefferson. Are you here, Mr. Jefferson? Do you want to line up, please? Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Madam Chair, members of the City Council, my name is David Garcia. I'm the current General Manager of California Transload Services in Wilmington. Cal Carthage has been in business since 1944, and we've been operating in our Wilmington facility since the 1970s, and we're one of the largest cross-dock facilities on the West Coast. More importantly, we are very, very proud to call the Port of Los Angeles our home. We directly and indirectly provide work for 800 people, and our workforce reflects our community. We are proud to have a diverse workforce. We offer many opportunities. That's what makes Cal Carthage a great company. The facility handles more than 32,000 containers a year for leading companies in various industries. Since NFI acquired Cal Carthage last year, approximately $1 million has been spent in improvements to restrooms, break rooms, equipment, new employee parking lots. More importantly, safety is a priority. We take the health and welfare of all of our folks very seriously. We respectfully ask that you please approve our 30-day revocable permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Ike Brown, followed by Bruce Jefferson and Celine Perez. Are you here, Ms. Perez? Do you want to come forward? And the last speaker I have on this item is Jessica Drum. Is she here? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Madam Chair, my name is Ike Brown. I am co-owner of NFI. In October of 2017, NFI acquired California Carthage. NFI is new to the Port of LA, but it's not new to the industry. We have been family-owned and operated since 1932. With 86 years of experience, we share a common vision and goal that we provide the best work environment for our employees and excellence in service for our customers. We bring new leadership and a different way of running a company than the previous ownership did. We invested over $1 million into the upgrading of the Wilmington facilities for our employees since we purchased Cal Carthage. NFI gave everyone raises this year. We offer a generous benefit package and a profit-sharing bonus for our full-time employees. We are one of the highest paid in the industry. With respect to our employees and proposed labor representation, we have offered the Teamsters an opportunity to go to an employee vote on multiple occasions over the past few months, and they have refused all offers. I again extend the offer to them to go to an employee vote in the next 30 days.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Jefferson? Good morning, sir.
Morning. Thank you for letting me be here. I'm here to tell you about NFI California Carthage. Okay, we have came here before you numerous times to talk about the discrimination that goes on up there, the disrespect. Just last week, I'm gonna show you the disrespect the man did. He did this here to his workers in front of the commissioners of the port. Not only that there, this company don't care about the rules and the laws. They break them every day, every single day. Just last week, they tried to buy me off with a settlement. I turned it down and asked to be reinstated. They here in the red jerseys, once again, doing the same thing they did last week. That company don't respect their workers. They move them around like trash. They don't care about their health. I could tell you about one incident that happened up there, and I witnessed it. Told
Thank
us
you.
to put a cardboard box over me.
Thank you, sir.
Passed out. They told everybody else to get back to work.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Perez, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Celine Perez. I'm the co-executive director of the Warehouse Worker Resource Center. We've been working with the workers at California Cartage for over 3 years. When NFI took over Cal Cartage in October 2017, it just changed names, but with the same law breaking and disrespect continuing. Just this year, workers again filed a complaint, actually in November 2017, to Cal OSHA around continued violations of brakes not working on the forklifts. In June 2018, Cal OSHA cited them as well as a temp agency for those same violations that had already occurred before. Just this year, in September, this month, the National Labor Relations Board has authorized to issue a complaint around the unlawful termination of Bruce Jefferson in retaliation for his union activities and other protected conservative activities protected under the National Labor Relations Act. On September 16th and the 26th, complaints were just filed with the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing alleging racial discrimination.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Jessica Durham. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. My name is Jessica Durham. I'm director of the Ports Project at Lane. I'm here in support of the 245 motion. We thank Councilmember Buscaino for your leadership in filing this, and we ask the rest of the council for a yes vote so this matter can move on to committee. Just to share a few facts, as this council already knows, you voted back in May to veto a permit for this very property due to all of the labor and health and safety violations, many of which have occurred since the change in ownership. And these violations don't just hurt workers in the community, they've led to major disruptions, including several strikes over the past 3 years. I don't know if you saw in the news today, workers have announced they're going on strike again next week. We just heard from one of the previous speakers, 32,000 containers moved through this facility. These strikes disrupt the flow of containers, not just at this facility, but also at ambulatory pickets at the ports, slow down container traffic as well. So as a proprietary agency, the port can and should protect its proprietary interests. And this is prime real estate. There's a 1.2% vacancy rate at the port, so we ask for your yes vote, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. That concludes cards on this item. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to acknowledge and recognize those who came to testify. We all appreciate your presence. Colleagues, if I can first do this, let me take you back to the T3 committee that we held back at the Port of Los Angeles building on November 28th, 2017. We heard there firsthand port truck drivers and warehouse workers about the working conditions and pay. The subject of a USA Today investigative report from last June, by the way, won a Pulitzer Prize. One of these companies that workers reported the most egregious violations was that of Cal Cartage, a warehousing and transloading company that has recently been renamed as California Transload Services. Now, state and federal regulatory agencies have alleged numerous violations of labor, employment, health and safety, tax laws involving Cal Cartage over the past 3 years. And as a result, there have been over 5 labor strikes by workers, with another action, as you heard from today's testimony, planned for this week, rather next week. And as on Thursday, September 20th of last week, the Harbor Commission voted to approve a revocable permit between the Harbor Department and California Transload Services. Now, this action would allow CTS to continue its operation as usual at its warehouse located at 2401 East PCH in Wilmington. And before another agreement is approved, it's imperative, I feel, that the city should ensure that operations at the Port of Los Angeles are not affected by a labor disruption. And today I'm requesting your aye vote to assert jurisdiction over the Harbor Commission and bring this item to Trade, Travel, and Tourism Committee for further discussion and review. And I don't stand alone on this issue. I want to thank Mr. Bonin, Mr. Koretz, Ms. Martinez, Mr. Blumenfield for helping lead the discussion and raise awareness on what's taking place at this site. So I ask for your support in exerting jurisdiction over the Harbor Commission and bring this to committee, which we're hoping to schedule by this Tuesday. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buscaino. There are no more speakers on this item. Let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, thank you very much. Item is approved. Forthwith for Mr. Buscaino on item number 20. Let's move on to item 23. There are no more cards on item 23. It says go ahead and open the roll. Mr. Bonin, I'm sorry.
Item 11 forthwith, please.
Oh, it was moved earlier. Yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on item 23. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that item passes. Let's move on to item 14. We've got 2 cards on item 14. Marta Arguello and Eric Roman. Item number 14.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Marta Dina Arguello. I'm the Executive Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility and the co-chair of Standing Together Against Neighborhood Drilling. And we're here, we want to first speak to Mr. Cedillo's motion around the Alanco oil site and thank him for his leadership on this. I grew up in and around this neighborhood, and in fact, it was churches like St. Vincent's that gave me radical hope that if we stay engaged, we can actually change things in our communities. We have an opportunity to do what very few of us in public health can do, and that's actually prevent harm. If we keep Alanco closed, we can prevent the asthma attacks, the exposure to carcinogens, the neurological damage that the chemicals that come off these sites, who are inherently dangerous and should never be placed near people. We have an opportunity to keep it closed. And so we want, again, thank Mr. Cedillo for his leadership and ask this entire council to do everything it can to avert this public health crisis. And it is a crisis in our communities. And so thank you for your leadership, and we want to be partners with you.
I don't mean to cut you off, but there seems to be a mistake. You signed up for item 14, but I think you meant item 24 in the special meeting. Yes. So if you want to speak on item 24, I can go ahead and do that when we go into the special meeting, which we're not in right now. I know there was some confusion, but the item you want to speak on is item 24. Yes. So let's hold on that. Sure. We heard you. You can speak again as soon as we go into the special meeting. Okay? So is Mr. Roman, did you 24? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call you back up when we go into the special meeting. Okay? Thank you for your patience. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and vote on item 14. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Madam President, there's a request to have number 14 go forthwith.
Okay. Without objection, that will be the order. Let's go ahead and wrap up our regular meeting. I'll take public comment now, general public comment, I should say. Nancy Campu, are you here? Followed by Patricia Todd and Daniel Eckhart. This is general public comment. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to refresh your memories about a being called Billy the Elephant. Billy the Elephant languishes right now inside LA Zoo. He bobs his head up and down like this. He shifts from side to side. All of this is an indication that he is experiencing chronic, ongoing, extreme stress. That's what elephants do when they're extremely stressed. In the wild, elephants move many miles each day, something that is simply not possible within an urban context. You, as the council, are the ultimate owners of Billy. I don't know if you realize that, but you are, since you own the LA Zoo. And so it's you who will decide whether you will let Billy be freed to live in a sanctuary.
Your time is up. Thank you. Patricia Todd, followed by Daniel Eckhart and Patricia Mendoza.
Yes, Daniel could not make it after all,
So
FYI.
who is not here? Daniel?
Correct.
Okay, so Daniel's not here. So the next speaker is Patricia Mendoza, followed by Jacqueline Richardson. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Patricia Todd, and I too am here to speak about the elephant in the room. We can see an elephant sitting on the desk of Councilmember Koretz. As Nancy had just mentioned, Billy the Elephant is under a lot of duress and stress. And just speaking from our heart, my heart, I would say that most of us are animal lovers, and we are abhorred by, for example, what happens to elephants with poaching, taking their tusks, etc., making them into piano keys and what have you, for use for ivory. But right here, right now, there's something that we can do to show our love and compassion for this one animal, Billy the elephant from the Los Angeles Zoo, which is to relocate him to an animal sanctuary. Gandhi said that the greatness of a nation can be judged by the way its animals are treated. So I'm really urging you to take another look at this issue and to, when it comes up, to make a vote to relocate this majestic, wonderful animal to an animal sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Patricia Mendoza, followed by Jacqueline Richardson. And Reverend Dr. Mello Desire, if he's here. Nope. Go ahead, Ms. Mendoza.
Yeah, I only have a minute. Good morning, city councils and public. I just wanted to make my corrections on my speech, which it was nice and clear. On Wednesday, I guess I got a little bit overwhelmed how Mr. Englander was running the seat over there. He was arrogant and bully, and he kept picking on one of the guys that was going to speak. And I couldn't say the word. I wanted to say code of conduct, but I was going to say code of condom. Why, I don't know. So I went home and I looked it up, and I found restrictions and regulations. Is there any restrictions and regulations of how the presidents of city council is running and how they bully and harass people like me in the public? I started thinking, why should I believe that these cases that the city attorneys are settling are legit, like sexual harassment?
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Richardson? Is there a Reverend Dr. Mello here? Nope. Leonard Juarez?
This is in regard to young black men 25 and under. They should be severely reprimanded and they should have been reprimanded long ago because they can't get housing because they go around impregnating women. If they were to get into a good apartment complex, at least 5 women would be impregnated by one of those men. It's been going on a long time, and it's hidden because they don't impregnate them at one point, different areas. They can't get good jobs because of this impregnation. They're violating the girls' civil rights. They ultimately find it hard to get husbands, to get good jobs. The young men also, they can't get good jobs. One white man was saying, I have to hire a black man? Like, he was scared because they're too busy impregnating women. When they reverse that, they'll get jobs, they'll get good housing. They have to practice abstination now so they can get good housing and good jobs in the future.
Richardson. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Dr. Mello Desire, primarily from South LA. My direct issue is with CD9, current price. We have asked since 2014, February, for support for our South LA youths. We have set several proposals to Jackie, April 2015, June, September, October of 2015, February 2016, September 2016, and November 2017, not to mention 2 of them this year. Most of the Latino organizations in CD9 are funded, even the ones not searching for funding. But not one black organization has been supported by or even currently funded in a large stake other than West Angeles CDC. And my concern is that will we have funding or support for our black African Americans in South LA youth?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
The last speaker in general public comment of our general meeting is Leonard Juarez.
Well, as you know, we have a horrible homeless crisis going on. I have a way that can relieve that pressure. Ever seen those cargo containers that come off of boats They retire those. They can be modified any way you want. They're very strong, durable, private, secure, safe. Something these guys can actually have. You can be 20 by 8.5 by 8.5. You can have whatever you guys want to put into it. We can have, portable restrooms if you like. They're very, like I said, they're mobile. They can be put anywhere you like. You can also put them in some of these industrial areas where there'll probably be no issue there. And it's very inexpensive. And I know exactly a company that can do it also. I'm really, all the issues before, they've tried before to solve the homeless problem. So far, the people are still in the street. This is one thing that can add. They're doing it in other places in the nation right now. They've been living in these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes general public comment of our regular meeting. We're going to go ahead and close general public comment. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and recess our general meeting and go into our special meeting. Can you go ahead and call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Englander, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Kretz, Krikoria, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President. Item 24 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 24 is now before us. There's a number of comment cards on item 24. Let me call Antonia Ramirez. Are you still here? Item 24, ma'am. Did she leave? She's not here. So let's move on to Oliver Bew, Marta Arguello, and Eric Roman. Can you just stand behind Mr. Bew, please, so we can try to move quickly. So I've called Oliver Bew, Marta Arguello, Eric Roman, and Hugo Garcia. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, council members. I'm Reverend Oliver E. Bowie from Holman United Methodist Church, where I serve as a minister of community engagement, also a part of the Stand LA Coalition. We are here to encourage you, the conversation that you're having around Allen Cove drill site today. You all know that Allen Cove property is owned by the Los Angeles Roman Catholic Diocese, but you may not be aware that the Archdiocese also owns another site, which is called the Murphy site, which is approximately a half a mile from the church in which I serve and the community, and which is also owned by the Archdiocese. So I'm here hoping that as we move forward that we'd also look to shut down and repurpose these properties for things that's more productive and to eliminate the health crisis and the health problems that it brings to these neighborhoods. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Ms. Arguello, followed by Eric Roman and Hugo Garcia.
So, good afternoon. So, I grew up in and around this neighborhood, and why I started talking about faith earlier is because that property is owned by the Archdiocese. And so I continue to have faith that together with the City Council and the Archdiocese and those of us who have skin in the game, lungs in the game, and our brains are in the brain developments are in this game, we can actually figure out how to transform this. It is said when a door closes, another opens. And you can help us open the door to clean energy, to good jobs, in actually cleaning up, restoring, and transforming this site that's inherently dangerous to communities who live there into something beautiful that reminds the residents and the children like myself who grew up in that community that we are beloved and that our health matters more than the profits of an oil industry. So I continue to have faith and call on the City Council to do everything that you can to help us transform this community into a healthy and beloved community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Roman, followed by Mr. Garcia and Rebea Sen. Are you here? And Eric Previn.
Good morning, council members. Eric Roman from the Stand LA Coalition, Standing Together Against Neighborhood Drilling. First and foremost, we want to really appreciate the leadership of council members Adillo in bringing forward this motion and are encouraged by the city exploring all options to keep the site closed. And just to echo what my colleague said, the Allen Cove site has in a lot of ways been the poster child for the evils of urban oil drilling and the health impacts on the surrounding communities, but it can also be the poster child for the city's leadership and partner with the community for redevelopment we want to use the conversion of the site, as my colleague just mentioned, to benefit the surrounding community that suffered from the site, but also to set an example, because as I think you all know, we're interested not just in this site, but sites throughout the city that are harming surrounding residents, and looking at how we can turn all of these sites into job-creating, community-serving, public health protecting land uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon, council members. Hugo Garcia, campaign coordinator for environmental justice for Esperanza Community Housing. I coordinate the People Not Pozos community campaign against petroleum extraction operations at Alanco, and work directly with the residents and other community entities. Unfortunately, because of Alanco, the community has been subject to several significant and negative health impacts like nosebleeds, headaches, respiratory problems, and asthma conditions while Alanco was in operation. Residents live in real fear of the resumption of these types of consequences if the site reopens. This month, we have already documented 61 resident reports of negative health effects in the community attributed to Alanco as they ramp their startup process. Councilmember Cedillo, we thank you for your proactive leadership on this issue of horrible injustice that threatens the most vulnerable demographic in your district.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
So we
Your time is up. I'm sorry about that. Everyone gets a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dear council members, I'm Rabia Sen with Esperanza Community Housing. First of all, we'd like to say thank you to Council Member Cedillo for your leadership on this, and thank you to the council for taking up this motion to protect the community around Alanco. You know this story already, but we need to repeat it for good measure. 7 years ago, our organization and the community around Alanco first raised the issue of health and safety concerns when they and our staff were, for all intents and purposes, poisoned by the Alanco drill site. Even though Alanco has voluntarily chosen to cease operations 4 years ago, we hear that they're planning on reopening, even as we at Esperanza are at the forefront of transitioning to clean energy. It's critical that we say this. Alanco has had many inspections, but we fully expect that the residents will be poisoned all over again should they reopen. This is never acceptable. This is a public health imperative. We need to protect the community. Alanco cannot be allowed to reopen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Previn?
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, not from this neighborhood, but I would like to take a moment to thank Mr. Cedillo for looking out for the environmental health of his constituents. And I believe that this motion on a special meeting agenda is to explore all options, which is the way we like it down here. The one thing that we also like down here is to explore those options out in the open, because what concerns me is that when there's backroom exploration, sometimes the public's, it looks good, but then the outcome is a little bit disturbing. Now, these could be housing, but can you put housing on land that's been used in this way? It's a question. There's also the other operator, Sentinel Peak Resource. These folks are very prodigious in the way they like to poke things into the ground around here. So I don't know if this is, I know that he's going to be looking out for the community. That's one thing we can be sure on. And CD1, yours, and also Solis's is the one where most people are incarcerated from LA County. So please stand up against women going to Miraloma, where valley fever is through the roof. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes cards on this item. So I'm going to go ahead and be closing item number 24. Sergeants, can we get ready for closed session into this item, please? Thank you very much. We have no more cards on this item. Thank you. Sergeants, can you please prepare the room for closed session?
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home.
Or near my park.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home. Or near my school.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home.
Or near my park.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home. Or near my school.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home.
Or near my park.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Having the foresight to plan for my business.
To plan for my future. To plan for my family provides a peace of mind.
Having the foresight to sign up for Alert LA County.
Gives me that peace of mind when an incident happens close to my home. Or near my school.
Alert LA County is a free automated system which sends out information about emergency events via telephone, text, and email. Events may include disasters, evacuations, and safety notices. Register at alert.lacounty.gov.
Alert LA County.
Knowing when you need it most.
Go ahead and resume our meeting. Mr. City Attorney, can you go ahead and make an announcement on item 24?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. There was no reportable action under the Brown Act coming out of closed session.
Okay. So I want to go ahead and call Mr. Herman and Mr. Spindler. You may know that you had submitted a card for this item. So I want to make sure you are given the opportunity to speak on item 24. Mr. Spindler, are you in the room? Mr. Herman? Want to make sure everyone gets in their comment on this item. Sergeants, are they they're not here? Okay. So that concludes comments on item 24. Go ahead, Mr. City Attorney, did you make the announcement?
We already did. There was no action under item 24.
Go ahead and recess our special meeting and go back to our regular meeting. Adjourn
Yeah.
our special meeting and go back to our regular meeting. Members, Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, posted and referred. Are there any announcements, members? Mr. Blumenfield?
I wanted to announce this Saturday night, very exciting, anyone in the Valley, the Reseda Rising Art Walk and Night Market. It's at Sherman Way in Lindley from 5 to 10 p.m. We're going to have a Valley beer garden, art market, live interactive art, workshops, food trucks. It's going to be really nice. I urge everyone to come, and the price is free.
Blumenfield, any other announcements, members? I have my announcement. Our second annual Van Nuys Arts Festival is taking place tonight at 6 o'clock. Those of you who are listening or watching on TV, we invite you to come out at 6 o'clock today for our annual Van Nuys Arts Festival. Are there any adjourning motions, members? Seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Have a great weekend.
I'm not just an environmentalist at work, but I am an environmentalist at heart. 70% of the world's surface is covered by water. In order to see the world, you really have to be in the water. I was a scuba dive instructor and realized that I had a passion for the ocean and needed to work as a marine biologist. So when the position in water quality came up, I knew that was my job. As an environmental specialist at the Port of Los Angeles, I wear many hats. I primarily oversee stormwater quality. I am the sustainability coordinator for the Port of Los Angeles, and I oversee the management of a 15-acre endangered California least-tern nesting site. We at the Harbor Department ensure that the birds are as successful as they can be. My job is to go around and visit all of our tenants, from the large industrial operators to the restaurants, the municipal fish markets, and everything in between, to ensure that we have the highest quality of water entering the harbor waters. The Environmental Management Division was founded in the 70s. We were the first environmental management division in the city of Los Angeles. We now support 20 full-time staff members and an additional 30 contracted employees. We've been entrusted through the Tidelands Trust to be an economic engine as well as stewards of the environment. So although this is an industrial port complex, it's teeming with wildlife. In my household, we try to keep our carbon footprint down and be as environmentally friendly as possible. I do have a busy home life. It consists of my mom and my husband and our 5 daughters who range from 23 years old to 2 years old. So a lot of hair braiding happens in my house. I derive the most inspiration from meeting people and helping them understand how their actions can impact water quality. We know that trash is a really big problem impacting our oceans today, and changes that you make in how you operate can really make a difference. And I see a future where we have a thriving habitat and thriving industry side by side.
Yeah, it's a very nice kitty.
Okay, so another cat that likes to be held. He looks awkward, but apparently comfortable enough. Okay, this is Stan. Stan is only a year old. A1800259. Stan was a stray. Stan is gorgeous, tabby and white. He is absolutely beautiful, or handsome, however you want to say it. A1800259. Stan is only a year old, so you're starting with an almost kitten here with Stan. Handsome guy, a little more shy.
Well, it's interesting because he was right at the front of the kennel wanting attention, and then of course here we come with the lights and camera and he's going, holy moly, you know, what's going on? But I think very friendly and outgoing cat. It's just a little overwhelming at this point. Sweet boy.
He was standing at the front meowing like,
Yeah.
come over here and pay attention to me. Now we are, and he goes, maybe not so much.
Because of the camera in my face? I don't know about that, but he's a good boy.
This is Papa. South LA has big cats. I don't know what it is. It's the food and the water. This is Papa, A1802262. Papa is 6 years old. We have a nice range of ages here. So if you've got a cat at home and you want to bring in a younger cat, Stan is a younger cat. Oh my gosh, is Papa handsome. Tuxedo. This looks like a tuxedo to me. A big white vest. Papa, A1802262. Seems to like the attention. My question is he purring, Mario?
Oh, yes, it's purring. It needs to lose a little bit of weight, as you can see, but it'll be a good addition for the family.
Some cats do like to go for walks. I mean, some people might recommend it. They get harnesses and you walk them around, see if they want to go for a walk. Maybe you and Papa and Rumble could go for a walk and lose some weight. A1802262. Raina?
Sure, you could even, get them used to a harness and then just do it around the house first and then work to your way to the backyard. You don't have to go down the street or anything, although I have seen people do that. But, it's kind of fun.
Keep them moving around.
Keep them moving around.
Yeah, Papa is gorgeous. This is Tabitha. Tabitha is a traditional gray tabby. A1808340. 2 years old. She was a stray. Oh, but she belonged to somebody. Look at how friendly she is. Okay, Mario, the burning question, is she purring?
Oh, yeah, she is. And it looks like she wants a lot of attention. Let's see. Come with Papa.
Let's get on the camera. Tabitha. and talk to us. Yeah. A1808340. She goes, well, maybe not. I don't want to be held like the other ones, but I do like to be petted. I am purring. I'm a very friendly cat. Some of them like to be held, some of them not so much.
Exactly. That's that individual. And again, it could be situational because of the environment. She may be a cuddler anyway, but she's a good girl.
We're looking at either Ricky or Princess. They are siblings. They were turned in together by an owner. They've lived in a house. A numbers are A1808331, A1808330. I think the shelter, when they get in bonded cats and or bonded dogs, they like to keep them together, don't they, Mario?
Yes, indeed. And let me see, can you come out, buddy? Yes. Look who's here too. Okay.
So one of these is a female, one is a male, Ricky and Princess. They are 5 years old. They probably live together, and you know what? They'd really like to live together, I suspect.
Yeah, and I think bonded cats do better going together in a home. Dogs, not so much. They don't need it as much, I don't feel. In fact, because the codependency with dogs tends to be a little bit more extreme and cause behavioral issues. But the cats, they really do well, I think, sticking together in a new environment together and settling in, and they keep each other company really well.
And they do look very similar, even though you're only getting a picture of one of them.
Yeah.
The other one looks almost identical.
Yeah, almost like twins, hey?
Yeah, there you go. Ricky and Princess, A180-8331, 8180-8330. So if you're looking for two cats that you know get along, Ricky and Princess would be absolutely perfect. Okay, we have moved from the older cats, older but young, to the very young cats. We're looking at a couple of 2-month-old kittens, A179-8734, A179-8735. These kittens were stray, although my experience with stray kittens, these guys are doing awfully well with Mario's attention. Yeah. They're beautiful. I'm guessing the...
You got an orange tabby and then a sealed point mix, maybe?
Right, and that's female, and the orange tabby almost always is a male. There are some females out there. Okay. So kittens, another experience.
Beautiful. Kittens, again, I really feel kittens should have a partner when you take them home, because they can be very active, and they occupy each other's time and keep each other busy playing, and you don't get quite as attacked. You know, they're playing, attacking. I've heard people, you know that, Bill, right? When their kittens are playing, they love to attack feet, and they, will hide and suddenly charge, and those little claws hurt, and they're just playing. You know, if they have each other, they kind of occupy each other's time. But kittens, like puppies, need, time and attention.
Right. Even if there are two of them, it helps because they engage each other. And that little female Siamese says, I want on film, never mind that boy behind me, just give me all the film time, guys. A179-8734, A179-8735. They're two kittens. They live together. They're 2 months old, and oh my gosh, friendly. We're looking at another kitten. Well, actually, Bill is engaged with this kitten, 9 weeks old, purring. He says he's purring, and Bill says it's a male because it's an orange tabby, A181-0422. Although, Bill, interestingly enough, we just mentioned there are some orange tabbies that are females, and this is a female 9-week-old orange tabby. If you want kind of an unusual orange tabby, you want a female, loves attention, is purring, Bill says, has the motor going. The motor is going, A181-0422. And as Raina said, get another. And it doesn't have to be a kitten either, does it, Raina? You can take 2 cats home.
A young adult, that's tolerant, obviously.
Tolerant
of a crazy kitten.
Yeah,
sure, yeah, but they're usually good. They're good together, and they can learn. They can learn from each other. The kitten can learn from the cat, so that's great.
So that's an idea. There was that beautiful adult 1-year-old Stan next door, orange tabby. Get an orange tabby male and an orange tabby female, and you're good to go. Oh my goodness. This is a 3-month-old brown tabby. Look at the markings on her. It's a female. A181-0169. Again, a stray. I mean, these guys, somebody paid attention to them when they were young, because strays that are friendly. Oh my gosh. Okay, do we have another purr, Mario?
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's very interesting, when this little guy came, he came with 8 tiny little kitties. and they took it as the mother, and of course, it was not the mom, of course, but it's so friendly, and the other kitties were foster already. Yeah.
Because they were so young.
Yes, they were tiny.
Oh my gosh, would you look at this guy, this girl. Yeah, no wonder they thought it was the mom because but she's only 3 months old. Although they can start producing pretty at 5 months or something early. But this is a beautiful little girl, brown tabby, A1810169.
So that's our show. I hope you saw a dog or a cat that you're just going to race down to the South LA shelter and adopt. But if you didn't, again, please go to their website, laanimalservices.com. You can see every animal that they have in all 6 LA city shelters. Now remember, spay and neuter your pets. It's the best way to keep them happy, healthy, and safe at home with you. And it's the law in Los Angeles. Thanks again for watching. See you next time on Adopt a Pet Today.
Hi, I'm Mike from Los Angeles. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
This is obviously a warehouse. It even says so up there. But we're here in San Pedro. Does that mean it's something to do with fishes? Come with me and we'll go inside and discover.
Crafted is this wonderful place in the old Port of Los Angeles warehouses number 9 and 10. And it's a permanent year-round craft market, so the kind of people that you see at street festivals that do art and jewelry, upholstery, leather, they have a permanent home here. They can rent a 10 by 10 space from us or larger and brand it with their own signage and do their craft in their stall so that customers can enjoy it every day.
And what time are you open from until?
We're open right now Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. We do occasionally stay open a little bit later for special events, so check our website, craftedportla.com, to find out what those are.
As far as someone coming here, if they or if someone watching has a real creative idea for a booth, do they then come and sort of pitch you or contact you?
They can contact me, or anybody in the office can help them out. We have a sales and leasing manager that helps guide people through the process and explain how it works, so that it's not really all that complicated. You get a 10 by 10 plywood stall, you can paint, you can put up shelving, you can put up a sign.
In terms of, this is a warehouse and we're in San Pedro. Years ago, was this, my English sense of humor, was this like filled with fish or something? What was this before?
This was built as a naval warehouse and it was completed in 1945. I think that the Navy did use it kind of minimally, but the war was over by the time it was done, so there wasn't as much need for it. And then the port operations have become more container-based and less warehouse-based. So while it was a warehouse use for some time, after a while it just wasn't needed anymore. The port used it for some things. It was used for police training, and then they were sitting vacant, and the port wanted somebody to come in and see their natural beauty and do something with it.
Just tell me one more time before we go and explore some of these booths. For people watching, it is geographically located where? Tell me again.
It's located in San Pedro on the LA waterfront at the corner of 22nd and Minor.
Okay, let's go and explore some of these exciting little booths here at Crafted. We're talking with Diane Gonzalez in something called Global Gifts, and it is really a cornucopia of wonderful little, I don't know, trinkets. Tell us a little bit about it.
We are a nonprofit, all-volunteer organization, been in San Pedro for about 43 years, long time.
43?
Yeah, in a variety of places. We were on Pacific, and then we were on 7th, and then we were up on Western, and now here we are at Crafted, which is our favorite place.
You have such a wide collection of stuff. Tell me a little bit. I mean, do you focus in on one particular thing or just a potpourri of everything?
One of the parts of our mission is that we are doing a fair trade marketplace. So what we're trying to do is get the artisans paid a fair wage so that they can do well in their countries. So, and many of our crafters are women. So when mom gets paid, you know, she takes care of the kids. So that's getting mom paid is one of our missions.
So if you're a mum watching, what exactly does that mean to that mum? I mean, if she has a creative idea, she says, oh, yes, I've got to go down to see you.
Well, actually, we work with developing countries, the developing world, yeah. We do, like, for instance, in the Philippines, there was a group of women who were very low-income women, and they needed to earn income, so they started this project to take rice bags, the sacks that hold rice, and they made purses out of them. And 10 years ago when they started, they weren't very good at it. But 10 years later, they're doing gussets and bindings and zippers and pockets and making wonderful bags. And if you call over there to the Philippines, you get their marketing director.
Obviously, I know what the word non-profit means, but what does it mean? I mean, when you sell stuff, the money goes back to what?
Right. We sell everything here and pay a fair wage to the artisan, so that helps the artisan. And then any proceeds, any profit that we make, which is sometimes pretty hard to do, but any profit that we make goes to the UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund. And that helps children all over the world with clean water, immunization, you know, basic child survival. And if you choose, I can show you a couple of products.
Okay.
The gentlemen who make these have become sort of well known for what their carvings. They're getting better and better at carving, and so they're making a pretty good living carving these little tagua nuts. It's sustainable. It's renewable. It comes from a tree. You don't have to kill.
Comes from a tree?
Comes from a tree. You don't have to kill anything. It looks like ivory, but it's a nut. So
it's a nut. You're right. It looks just like ivory.
It looks like ivory, but it carves like ivory, but it actually is not. It actually comes from a tree, and they don't have to cut down the tree, and they don't have to kill an animal. So it's a wonderful, wonderful, sustainable material. And these guys are getting pretty well known and starting to be collected as artisans. You can see it makes a wonderful tote, a great tote for knitting or for craft projects, and it's made out of a rice sack. You can see the pattern's very beautiful rice sack. But the artisanship, the sewing is really, really well done.
But tell me a little bit about this wonderful characters and what is this made of?
This is a clay nativity, actually. This is the Nacimiento from Peru. And we also have the angels and another one over here that's also from Peru. It's made by women artisans, and they use clay, native clay, and form them. And we actually have a partnership with these folks. And on the the first weekend of November, we will have probably 80 different nativities from Peru here.
And since this is going on YouTube, is there a number or a website you would like to have appear on our screen?
Absolutely. Our phone number here at Crafted, I don't even know it, it's area code 310, and it's 548-1762. And you can reach us right here at the shop 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, from 11 to 6.
We wish you a lot of luck. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you very much.
We're talking with Steve McGee in the San Pedro Art Association, and they have a really creative booth here with, as you can see, pictures and wonderful wooden things. So here, Steve, tell us a little bit about what we're standing amongst.
Well, right here we have 12 members represented from the San Pedro Art Association. We've been around 77 years.
77?
77 in San Pedro, and we're just the latest bunch of artists who volunteer and work the shop. And we have 3 booths here at Crafted and a gallery at Ports of Call, where we show a lot more art there. We do have about 100 active members right now, so.
In terms of what we're looking at, specifically this wood stuff here, which is really intriguing, who makes this, and did they sort of approach you? How does that whole thing work?
Well, we have events all the time, and that's usually how artists find us, like at the Croatian Cultural Center on First Thursdays or at the gallery. This fella here is Alvin Kozachenko, And these are all works done with a scroll saw, the old-fashioned way. So,
the old-fashioned way meaning, tell me a little bit about that and what, I mean, could you do this in the modern way?
Apparently they have laser stuff now, you know, and the jig, and you can just put it on a computer and it zips it out. Well, this takes hours and patience to do.
And if someone's watching and wants to submit their work to you, how does that happen?
They can pop in here on Friday, Saturday, Sunday at Crafted. They can visit our gallery at Ports of Call, which is right next to Dryer's Ice Cream. We have a website. There's lots of ways. So.
And what is your phone number?
310-831-2928.
When I look at some of these things here, this is a really clever, I guess, montage. I mean, it looks like sort of bicycle bells, and it looks like, I don't know, tell me a little bit about that.
That artist is Debbie Sue Stinson, and it's assemblage. And this piece is called Mother Nature, and it's very much interactive, which is how she likes all her stuff to be.
Okay.
She uses found items, swap meet, garage sale items to create new works of art, and she does the tile mosaic.
And the fact that this is an art association, when you sell stuff, the proceeds from that goes back into what you're doing, or how does that work?
Well, we have a real nominal fee that to keep the association growing, and the artist actually retains most of the purchase price to pursue their, art and stuff. So
we're talking with Gus Lopez in an absolutely fascinating display of, I feel like I'm almost underwater. This is a really wonderful, and I love the name, Nautical. So Gus, tell us a little bit about all this stuff here. Does this come from your background?
Of course. This is, I have 16 years of working on the waterfront here on tugboats. I work 3 days a week for a tugboat company here, and on the 4 days off, I practice tying all these different knots.
He works on tying knots?
I work on tugboats, and then all the knots that we learn, in the industry, I put them to work and I make decorations out of them. Here's an example of one. Here's a doormat that I make here out of a knot called the oval Turk's head mat.
How did you, learning, when I look at the artistry in that, were you interested in that sort of thing as a kid? That's incredible. How did you learn that?
Actually, when I was a kid, I was working here on the harbor cruise boats in the harbor. And when I was about 18 years old, I went to school to work on ships. And that's where I learned how to tie all these different knots. And this is actually the lost art of tying, tying knots and stuff. It's sailors, when they spend a lot of days at sea, they will sit around and practice all these different knots and make decorations out of them. Nowadays, they're all on the computer, on Facebook.
When you were younger and you got fascinated by knots, and someone would say to you, Gus, so what do you do in your spare time? And you'd say, well, I like tying knots. Did that evince a whole lot of strange looks on people's faces?
Oh, of course. They say, so you're the real naughty guy, huh? And I say, yes, I am. But I have another example of one of the knots that I make, and that's this here. This is called the monkey's fist knot. They actually use this on a ship to get the line from the ship to the dock. They swing it over.
Right.
What I do with this, I make a toilet paper holder out of this, put two rolls of toilet paper on here. Put that in your bathroom,
I love it. I look at all these, when you look at modern diving, and I look at all these stuff here, the old style diving helmets. Oh, how did you get interested in that?
Just being the nautical art guy here, a lot of my clients are always looking for diving helmets, anything to do with the Navy or the Coast Guard. And so I go out and I'm kind of like the American picker of nautical stuff. I go around and meet people that have collections and stuff, and I'll buy a big collection off them, and then I'll, turn around and make a couple of dollars and reselling the stuff, so.
If people want to contact you, give us a phone number they can reach you at.
I have a website called nauticalart.com. It's all one word, and my phone number is 562-980-6199.
The last question I have to ask you is, when people are watching and they hear that you work on a tugboat, what exactly work do you do on the tugboat?
I work as a first mate. We take cargo with the tug and a barge from San Diego Navy Base to San Clemente Island every week.
Wow.
Every week I do that. It's a weekly run. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
We're talking with Tim McCarthy, and one of the reasons we're standing here is RPB Television has done a show on the Red Car, and this is called the Red Car Market. So what is the connection there, Tim?
Well, the Red Cars originally went all over Los Angeles. We're a collective of 9 local food manufacturers from all over Los Angeles. So the Red Cars are now located just across the street from us. We just like the tie-in of, older LA, the warehouses, and just trying to tie that name in.
What a wide selection of stuff here. Tell our viewers some of the stuff that you have on these shelves here.
We have some balsamic-based sauces out of Van Nuys, chocolates from Culver City, hot sauces from Venice, granolas from Inglewood, moles and Mexican cooking sauces from Westchester. Silver Lake has some Sicilian pasta sauces, and a shop in Pasadena who has a selection of California olive oils and olives and Italian balsamic vinegars.
We're talking with Daniel Randolph, who I must say has an extraordinary collection of really wonderful pictures. But what I find so interesting about them is not only are they pictures, but they're sort of, what do you call that format where is that 3D?
These are 3D cutout paintings, and they're painted with acrylic. And most of them are local saints of San Pedro, Palos Verdes, and.
But when you say cutout, how do you do that? I mean, do you paint the picture first and then you cut out stuff to go on top? How does that work?
That's just like you said it. I do a painting first of all, and then I make giclée prints, and I cut them out and mount them, and then I paint on top of them, and I build a layer of about 3 layers. Depending on the subject matter, and then when it's all finished, then I will paint again on top of the whole picture.
Okay, we're talking with Karen McMillan, and we're standing in a wonderful place filled with jams and jellies and Paradise Preserves. Tell us a little bit about that. Is it a local operation?
Yeah, my daughter and I are the owner-operator chefs of Paradise Preserves. We make artisan jams, jellies, marmalades, chutneys, vinegars, and we get our produce straight from farmers and local certified growers. And so we go straight from farm to jar.
I'm intrigued when you say chutney. Chutney is something that I grew up with in England, and I don't know many of my fellow Americans that know about chutney. That is a very interesting thing. What got you interested in that?
I lived in Britain. And so we're trying to educate the American palate as far as chutneys go. Most people just know mango chutney, but we make a cranberry chutney and an apricot orange Turkish chutney and an Indian chutney that's made with cilantro and mint and chilies.
Since you're trying to educate the local population here, tell our viewers, what do you eat chutney with?
Oh my goodness.
Anything?
Oh, anything. Mango chutney was obviously used with hotter Indian dishes. It hails from East India. We use our cranberry chutney on turkey sandwiches. I use the apricot orange chutney is great on a ham or beef sandwich. Every one of them goes with cheese.
You know, I have this vision in my mind, looking at all this wonderful stuff here, of you sort of pouring over your kitchen stove with all these pots and pans and just masses of stuff every day. Wow, I'm exhausted from making all this jam and jelly. Is that how it is, or is it something totally different?
That's a part of it, yes. It's not an everyday thing. We spend a lot of time at farms and helping pick and going to local community gardens and using their produce. So that's about a third of it. So, and then we spend some time here.
So you're very selective then in what you choose?
Yes, most everything we use, if it's not certified organic, it is as organic as a farmer can get. And they're local small family farms, so a lot of times they can't afford the USDA certification and all that entails.
Okay. And if someone wants to talk to you or find out more, is there a website or a phone number?
We have Paradise Preserves, sp.com is our website, and they're welcome to come here at Crafted. We're here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We also have email, which is paradisepreserves@gmail, and they can just find all the other information, plus recipes, and see pictures of the farms we go to, and everything's on our website.
We're talking with Josie Anderson of a very interesting little booth here filled with lots of jewelry and trinkets of one sort and another. Are there any sort of, well, tell us a little bit about it and what you specialize in, if you do indeed specialize.
Okay, we've been here since the beginning, the very first day they opened. I'm here with Dawn's Design, who is Dawn Slaney. She makes all crystal jewelry with wire jewelry. I make a lot of bead jewelry over here, turquoise and coated silver, and earrings.
When you make beaded jewelry, when I look at that, it looks so intricate. I mean, is that a very long process?
No, it's not long. It's just what's tedious about it is trying to put the colors together.
Have you found there is any particular thing here that is a, bestseller, or do you feel, or do you feel everything is a bestseller?
Well, I must say that Dawn sells a lot of crystal. Her crystal bracelets and necklaces and earrings. People like a lot of blink, so she sells quite a bit.
Just a minute, you said a lot of blink?
Yes, because of the crystals. Oh. They glitter and they blink, so ladies like that.
We're having a continuing conversation with John Stinson, and these pictures here on the wall, the significance of them is what? Tell us about that.
These are student artwork that we held a competition for all schools in San Pedro, all grade levels. We had quite a few people submit their artwork. There was no entry requirement, other than the fact that they do their own artwork. And we've got about almost 80 pieces that we've framed and hung here at Crafted. Crafted was generous enough to provide us a space. We have this wall space that has all the actual prize winners, the ones that won first, second, third, and honorable mention. We gave away $1,000, including a best of show. We had a reception June 9th, and on June 9th, the people got to vote for the one that they liked the best that wasn't on the winner's wall here. So the person that won was a kindergartner. She was a little girl, and she was more excited about getting that ribbon than she was getting that $100. I'll tell you that right now.
Given the significance of having your picture put up there, I guess the fact is it is very significant and noteworthy for the people that have their pictures up there.
Well, that's true. And one of the reasons we did this also is the fact that art in schools is getting kind of a short shrift. I mean, all the emphasis seems to be on science and math and even sports as opposed to art. Somehow art is superfluous, which I don't believe in. I don't think a lot of people do. Who are we going to have design our clothes and cars and put things on our walls to make? I mean, life without art is just So, which is one of the reasons we also did it, so that kids get encouraged to do art. I mean, you know what? As you know, people will oftentimes say to kids, especially when they're younger, that you don't have any talent. Why bother with this? You just do something useful, which, frankly, if someone told that to me, well, I wouldn't believe them in the first place. I've kind of, I've been a photographer for 40 years, and so I never listened to anybody to tell me that I couldn't do it. So,
you said that there was an opening here, and how many people came here?
We had about 700 people, many of them from San Pedro, a lot of those who hadn't actually been down here yet. It's not like this is the best kept secret, but it was gratifying to have all these people down here. We did very well. In fact, those kind of days we could use a lot of, and I think the way things are going now, as time goes on, that's happening more and more. So once people hear about you, it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle, so to speak.
What an absolutely fascinating collection of wonderful arts and crafts right here in San Pedro. There are far more things to see and do than we've had time to show you, so I hope you will come on down to this Arts and Crafts Center called Crafted right here in San Pedro. Until next time, this is John Clayton saying thanks for watching. I'll see you on Armchair Traveler.
Hi, my name's Louie and I'm at Pan Pacific Park, and you're watching LA City View 35. It's our city, it's our channel.
Once again, the dream of a good life in Southern California has taken a major jolt.
My number one priority as mayor is the safety and well-being of everyone in Los Angeles. And we know that being prepared can make all the difference if there's a major disaster. Firefighters, police officers, and paramedics may not get to every single block immediately. But we can all be there for one another before first responders even arrive in our neighborhoods. And we can get together and get prepared today with Ready Your LA Neighborhood, or Ryland. This free resource is a guide through the steps to prepare, organize, and train for whatever nature or fate might bring our way. It includes the tool Map Your Neighborhood to help you learn about your neighbor's skills and equipment, the location of gas meters, and the homes where people that might need more assistance live in your neighborhood. All of this information will empower you to act quickly after a disaster strikes, to reduce injuries, limit damage to your neighborhood, and even help save a life. So please, join us and help make your community and your city better prepared.
Every day we protect and serve Angelenos. However, in a citywide disaster, such as a major earthquake, there simply are not enough of us to immediately help everyone.
In disasters like the Northridge earthquake, our firefighters respond to where there is the greatest need. This means you will likely be on your own for days or longer. Being prepared is essential to surviving a disaster.
So what do? Fortunately, we have a new program to help you prepare for disaster. Ready Your LA Neighborhood, or Ryland, helps you and your neighbors take simple, proven preparedness actions. It all starts with you getting to know your neighbors.
Now you might be thinking, but I don't know my neighbors. Well, by using Map Your Neighborhood, you will get to know your neighbors, and you will create a disaster response plan together.
How are you? Thank you for coming.
During your 90-minute meeting with your neighbors, you will determine a gathering place where you will meet after a disaster. You will discover the skills that you and your neighbors collectively possess and learn how you can help each other after a disaster. You might even find out that there's a nurse who lives right across the street. And you may also find out who might have equipment such as a ladder or crutches.
An important part of your meeting is filling out the contact list. This lists everyone, including your neighbors who may need assistance, such as those with a disability, those who are elderly, children who may be home alone, or homes with pets. If you know who lives where, then you'll know who to check on when something happens. Keep in mind, you don't share this with anyone but your immediate neighbors. Finally, you and your neighbors will learn a simple response plan that will help you know exactly what to do in the first hour following a disaster. This will help ground you and help reduce that sense of panic that many experience in a disaster situation.
So how big should my neighborhood be? A neighborhood should be the right size to help each other in that critical first hour when we can save lives and reduce injuries and property damage. We know from experience that means about 15 to 20 single-family homes and the entire building if you live in an apartment or condo, or maybe just your floor if it's a large building. If you live in a more sparsely populated area of our city, 5 to 7 homes make sense. After you've determined your neighborhood boundaries, you'll contact the Los Angeles Emergency Management Department for your meeting materials and a date for your neighborhood meeting. We will provide you with everything you need for a successful meeting, including a meeting facilitator, handouts, a neighborhood map, and a meeting reminder.
What's appealed
to us for the Map Your Neighborhood. It's kind of taking the next evolution for the Neighborhood Watch to help us all, as a community, since we're already together, to now consolidate our resources. But more importantly, it just really drove the message of taking care of your loved ones. And there's nothing more important to me than taking care of them.
I think what we have is not just, it's neighbor helping neighbor, but it's a community thing. And I think everybody wants to be part of a community.
The first step was getting to know our neighbors, which was big. So now we know who's home, we know who works.
And it's really interesting when you get a group because somebody is strong in almost every area that needs to be covered. So and if there's not, then people will work together to make that happen anyway. And that's the whole community, neighborhood, familial thing.
And that's why Map Your Neighborhood for us has been a big turning point in enjoying our community that much more.
There's always someone who will help someone. That's the most amazing thing that I've discovered about this whole thing. There's always someone who's willing to help someone else. It's pretty awesome.
It's really that easy. Determine the boundaries of your own neighborhood and then contact us to get your meeting materials.
Hi, I'm Cindy and I'm in Little Tokyo, and you're watching Channel 35, Your City, Your Channel.
So what we see here in Arcade Creek, in a heavily urbanized area of Sacramento, with about 1 inch of rainfall in an hour. And we saw this creek go from babbling brook to a raging torrent with the water surface elevation raising by 10 to 12 feet in just about an hour.
What we've done over the course of time is we've paved the landscape, and we end up getting stormwater runoff that basically hits these stream systems much faster at a much higher rate and much larger volume than pre-development.
When you build a house, create what's called an impervious area from the roof and the driveway and the sidewalks. Instead of the water soaking into the ground like it would in a natural environment, it runs off, and it runs off much more quickly and with higher velocity. And so its capacity to carry pollutants is even greater.
It can mobilize pollutants that are already on the surface, like heavy metals or trash, and it typically delivers those pollutants to receiving water bodies like San Francisco Bay or the ocean. And so what we want to do is prevent those pollutants from reaching our receiving water bodies.
When we don't deal with stormwater runoff at the source, it ends up in our stream courses, in our water bodies, at a much higher volume, much higher rate, and that can lead to flooding concerns. It's a lot more expensive when you don't deal with runoff at the source. Think about fish like steelhead and salmon and other types of fish that need good quality habitat to spawn in, that can be severely impacted by stormwater runoff, both in quality and quantity.
Humans cannot help but be drawn to water. It's really kind of a magical feeling for people. The last thing you want to have is your kid get sick. The idea is to get the water there without the pollutants, and therefore the kid will not get sick.
And whether you're close to a water body or not, water's always going to flow downhill. And so we're all connected in the watershed. And so what you do on your property, the runoff that comes off your landscape is going to end up somewhere.
There are a lot of small-scale efforts that homeowners can implement which are fun and not too difficult to get started on.
It's a real easy thing to do if you think about your house differently.
I'm Dave Roberts, and I own Roberts Landscape. Over the years, I've worked with the county and the River Friendly Landscape Program. I'm president of a group called Eco Landscape California. I'm sort of trying to have my yard different in terms of living what I preach. I'm trying to develop diversity in this yard and address things like water conservation, stormwater runoff, and all those issues. Yes, it's different, and my neighbors either love it or hate it.
My name's Dave Tamayo, and I work for the Sacramento County Stormwater Program. We test water bodies all over Sacramento County, and virtually every time we looked at the water that was running off the streets and also in the creeks and rivers, we found that they were almost always toxic every time we looked at them. So every bit of pollutant that you put into that river, it's coming back around, and even if we're not drinking it, somebody downstream is drinking it. We have a number of different programs to address the different sources of pollutants, and we're using river-friendly landscaping as a holistic way of addressing some of the sources of stormwater pollutants that come off of landscaping or that are associated with landscaping practices. And what we're trying to do now is to focus on early adopters and try and get people who want to do the right thing and are motivated enough to try some new things and show their neighbors and show the community that these things can and do work.
The yard had a lawn, and it was a very conventional landscape. The idea was to break the mold of having a lawn and show that you can have a really, I think, beautiful landscape. The neighbor's first reaction was, well, he's a landscaper, he's redoing the yard. And I'd say a lot of people came up to me and said, well, when are you going to put a new lawn in? And it took me a couple of minutes, but then I'd explain that I wasn't putting back a lawn. And that's when the odd reactions would begin. Well, first, this driveway got taken out. Is called pervious concrete. Here we go with water just running down, regular concrete, finished smooth. And right now it's halfway to the street already. Now we're going to move over to the pervious concrete, and you can see it just puddles for a moment and just soaks right through. Water is infiltrated into the landscape. It could be channeled off into a swale or a rain garden. It could be put into a cistern for rainwater collection, harvesting. But essentially, it stays on site, and we use it.
Well, you can see right here we've got what's called a swale, which is a depression in the landscaping here. And it's made to look like a stream, but besides providing habitat for the steel fish that we provided here, it also is a design element that helps slow down the water that would want to flow off into the street over there. So instead of going into the gutter and carrying pollutants down into the nearest creek, you actually trap the water here and you get the beneficial use of it.
The fact that there's no concrete sidewalk is twofold. First idea is to create a surface that's much more permeable. We have the spaces in between the stepstones that water can infiltrate in. But secondly, it was also a design element. So I always ask my clients the question, why do they call them leaves? Well, most people finally get it, and that is because you leave them. Once this stuff is broken down, other organisms come up and they bring it in the soil, and everybody has a party. It's really, one of the basic building blocks of your landscape is mulch. And it's one of the cheapest things to help keep the weeds down, keep water conservation, keep the soil cool. The plants are much happier with cooler soil, and it essentially improves plant health.
When you have natural weed suppression, one thing you don't have to use is herbicides. And we do find herbicides on a regular basis in our local waterways.
We've never put a pesticide on this yard. That's 4 years, no fertilizer. Everything's still healthy. We installed a high-efficiency irrigation system, so there are sprinklers out here. Good soil structure allows water to infiltrate, air to infiltrate, and you get less of that runoff, and actually you get better use of water. Very last, as I call it, the icing on the cake, was to plant. The emphasis is toward drought-tolerant California natives, but there are Mediterranean, similar climate types of plants.
A rain garden is an area that's going to have a slight depression, and it's intended to capture the water temporarily and slow it down and give it a chance to soak into your soil.
A rain garden can be built anywhere. Palm Desert, for instance, it might be more appropriate than even here in Northern California, where you have monsoonal rains and you want to collect rain whenever you might get it. So just as you have oases in natural areas of the desert, this is what you would create. What we call river-friendly or California-friendly in Southern California, bay-friendly in the Bay Area, all these kinds of landscapes are being done everywhere in California.
None of it's going to happen just because the city council made a decision that you're going to do this. It's going to be really something that people are going to learn to accept because they see that it works.
When a homeowner wants to do some of these practices, it might be a challenge. They might face homeowners associations with bylaws that are going to be enforced that don't necessarily jive with what they are proposing and want to do. So it's really important to try to advocate clearly what the benefits are, not only to the homeowner, but to the whole association, the neighborhood, and the planet, if you will. The homeowners in California have a lot of challenges facing them, but some of these techniques for water, they're very easy to implement. There's plenty of opportunities that are relatively low cost, and they're fun.
My name is Tim Bozanowski. I'm the Construction Program Coordinator here at Dublin Unified School District in Alameda County. In 2004, the voters of Dublin passed Measure C, which is a general obligation bond measure that was slated to improve and rebuild schools. The concepts of green and environmentally friendly practices were part of the Measure C concept approval. And so stormwater pollution prevention is a key, as you know, to those green environmentally friendly practices. There are a number of things that we've done to mitigate the stormwater runoff here at Dublin High School. First and foremost, I think, is the grassy swale improvements in the parking lots. When the rainwater comes down onto the parking lot, we can see that the parking lots are sloped in a specific direction, brings that water, that stormwater, over to a specific collection point, gathers here at this opening in the curb, gets initially filtered. You can see some of the debris that we've caught already, then travels into this grassy swale area where it sinks down through into the French drain rock and perforated pipe system beneath. The vast majority of that water then goes back into the ground and never actually gets to a catch basin or pipeline that takes it off campus. Only in those times of extreme heavy rain or long periods of rain where the earth is saturated beneath will any of the storm water that comes out of the parking lot get to those catch basins and leave the site. The grass system within these swales is called tall fescue. pretty much lives on its own without irrigation. It lives from the water that comes off of the parking lot. The roof drainage system that we've incorporated into our design and construction of the buildings here at Dublin High School collects the water on the roof when it rains, brings it down the building in a pipe system, takes it under the ground, and brings it out here at this basin. This is another example of that filtering process that we do, and again, recharging the aquifer with the rainwater that comes down on the building. On our new campuses, we're incorporating such features as large-scale drainage channels, which are planted, lined with natural grasses, native shrubs, native trees that do a number of things. They certainly filter the storm water and actually creates wildlife habitat. At our elementary schools, we're also looking at things such as rainwater collection barrels for our science gardens. Being able to do these things on a school site creates a wonderful teaching tool to where we can take the students and we can show them the improvements that we made and how we've gone about incorporating these environmentally friendly aspects into our campuses, and then it just goes with them for the rest of their lives.
The State Water Resource Control Board, together with the regional boards, we work on lots of projects related to stormwater. And one of the exciting areas that's happening right now in stormwater is called low impact development that aims at controlling the way the built landscape looks after it's built, rather than just focusing on how you're building it and is you eroding sediment while you're being built, and we forget about the fact that the landscape has all been altered. The exciting thing is this new wave of looking at low impact development and approaching the urban landscape as if they were natural watersheds that used to exist before the urban area, and trying to mimic a lot of the natural functions and behavior as we build out.
Historically, engineers would have designed channels to transfer the rainfall. The traditional thinking was to get those stormwater flows out to the ocean as rapidly as possible. So here we are in a concrete trapezoidal line channels. This is potentially a huge missed opportunity in terms of multi-objective, multi-function. It is flood control only. There's no ecological function, very little water quality function, no recreational and no aesthetic function whatsoever. Even in the middle of winter, we have algae growing. This is due to all the nutrients, the nitrates, the phosphates that have run straight off our gardens into our storm drainage systems and then empty out into this channel. If this had some ecological function, some water quality function, these nutrients would be treated by the absorption and adsorption of the plants within this channel. This channel could have been designed with a meandering low flow channel, riparian trees forming a buffer to this whole area, recreational trails going through here, swales to the side of the channel. Now, in recent times, channels like this are becoming less and less common. Designers are thinking about how they can design these channels to be multifunctional, to have not just flood conveyance, stormwater conveyance, but also aesthetic, recreational, ecological, and water quality function.
My name is Sarah Minnick, and I work for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. One thing that the SFPUC is really concerned about is places where there's a lot of public use of our water bodies in places like Ocean Beach and Baker Beach. So stormwater that is not captured can contribute to overwhelming our system and creating discharges into the Bay or ocean. And we really want to avoid that to protect water quality and public health.
Stormwater runoff can make you sick. In fact, there are a number of beach closures up and down our state's coastline that are a result of bacteria exceedances and other types of exceedances that make the water unfit for swimming.
We have a lot of outreach and education efforts. We have rainwater harvesting program with rain barrel and cistern subsidies. And then we also have what we're calling urban watershed stewardship grants, where community members who want to do stormwater-related projects in their neighborhoods can apply for small grants to get themselves started. So we're trying to reach all the different interested stakeholders. One of the groups that received funding through our Urban Watershed Stewardship Grant was the Surf Riders.
My name is Dan Robinson. I live on Great Highway, right here in the Outer Sunset. It's a very heavily concrete area out here in the Outer Sunset. There's a lot of pavement, there's not a lot of vegetation, there's not a lot of trees. Right now for Surf Rider Foundation, we are involved in an ocean-friendly garden project that we call Plant Don't Pave. Plant Don't Pave is a simple project that basically rips out people's concrete in their front yard and sidewalk strips and replaces it with native shrubs and plants.
And their idea is to work with community members to create permeable spaces in their yards. And we can help recharge the aquifer that's under the Sunset Basin and also prevent stormwater runoff.
The grant pays for everything. The grant pays for the permit, which is about $200, pays for the contractor to come in, and we get donated plants. We put the word out through Plant SF, and in about 2 weeks or so, we had about 150 potential applicants. With our resources, we can do about 20. The demand is there, and it's wildly popular. This project could be done all over the state, but there are grants available in almost every municipality for greening and bringing community together. And it's just a matter of somebody stepping up and taking the lead on it. I really think it is making a difference stopping stormwater runoff. It's a small piece of the bigger puzzle, which is a total transformation of how people think about their properties and the water that's coming onto it and running off of it. This place could be totally transformed into an area that has a lot more green, reduces runoff, and is more of an enjoyable place to live.
My name is Paul Ferraris, and I live here in the Sunset District with my 2 daughters, Harut and Gannett, and my wife, Margaret. As a parent, the quality of the water is definitely a concern. You can visibly see it. You can see brown water, you can see trash, you can see foam. I think that water is the biggest issue on our planet right now. I feel guilty wasting water. When we bought this house, the whole backyard was concrete. I saw a perfect place for a garden. I'd never done any real gardening before. So actually, when I first started, I had a lawn right where I'm sitting right here. There was just a little lawn, and I figured that was good for the dog or for the kids to play on. The lawn was consuming all of my time. I had to mow it, I had to weed whack it, I had to water it constantly. Literally, if I missed a day or two, you'd have brown spots or it would just start dying. So it was just a nuisance. I just put in some more natives and took up that space and made a couple paths and a little sitting area, and it's been great. Everybody has a huge lawn. Everything's irrigated, and people don't see the natural beauty in what's already there, the native plants. You know, if you plant native plants, they pretty much take care of themselves. You don't really have to do anything. You don't even have to water them, so it doesn't really cost anything. All the water that comes down and lands on our roof, it's stored into a bucket. I get 1 day's worth of rain and I can pour it out into the garden. There's so much wasted water, and the fixes are so easy.
I got one.
For people that have been working in the stormwater field, this is kind of a magical moment because we've been waiting for the time to shift the focus from the end of the pipe and how to control pollutants to making neighborhoods and cities and urban areas actually build and look and behave differently. So there's a real shift in the way we're thinking, and this is exciting. And so what we're trying to do is get as many of those uses in that are beneficial along the way between where that rainfall's hitting a roof and where it might make it out to the river.
When we talk about global climate change, we can look at things as simple as deforestation. Those are big things that are really hard for people to grip because it's not in their backyard or their front yard. But when you come home and it's right here in your yard and you can show people that you can care right in your own front yard. You don't have to worry about saving the rainforest or whatever. You can start right here at home. That is powerful. It brings it closer and easier.
As the world gets more and more populated and we need to be more and more conscious of what we're doing to the planet we live on, it has to start with us.
The homeowners really are the solution. So instead of waiting for government to come in and solve this water resource problem, this is a great opportunity for people to take a little bit of control over their water management world, and they're providing a communal public trust benefit at the same time.
Where is this guy? So thirsty.
I hear he travels from the north.
Look!
That one's really dry.
LA is in a drought, yet over half of our drinking water is being used for landscaping. But it doesn't have to be that way. Just 1 inch of rain can yield thousands of gallons of water for use in landscaping and saves drinking water for drinking. Rain barrels, cisterns, and curb cuts are just a few ways to save water and energy. For more, visit LADWP and the Bay Foundation online.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to LA Roundtable. I'm Dave Bryan, the host of the Roundtable here on LA City View 35 and political reporter at CBS 2 and KCAL 9. At least I think I'm still there. No, just kidding. The topic for today's show is an important one. We're talking to citizen activists. These are people who dedicate their time, their attention, their resources, in some cases their lives, to issues that affect all of us in our communities and in our country. We've got a great panel with 3 citizen activists, and we want to get right to the show. First of all, we have Dolores Mejia, who is a member of the Eastside Coalition Against Exide Toxics. This, of course, is an issue that has been in the news lately. A battery plant in Vernon, which is now under fire for pollution from lead and other toxins, arsenic, and so on and so forth. We'll talk to Dolores about that. Jack Humphreyville is the LA watchdog. He's one of these guys who watches over city government, watches how your tax dollars are being spent or misspent, as the case may be, and as a blogger is read by thousands and thousands of people online and has a great influence in correcting some of the wrongs in city government. And Dave Colmer is a veterans advocate. Dave is a Marine, lifelong Marine, who has dedicated his life to dealing with veterans issues, homeless veterans in Los Angeles, and a whole array of issues that flow from that. First of all, thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks for what you do, because I think you 3 are sort of representative of those of us, among us, citizens, regular people. You're not elected officials, you're not politicians, nobody's voting for you, you're not making any money off of this, but you're dealing with issues that affect all of us. So what I want to do, Dolores, I want to start with you. Tell me who you are, tell me what your issue is, and tell me what your group is doing.
Well, my name is Dolores Mejia. I am from the east side of Los Angeles, born and raised in Boyle Heights and East LA. And we put together, I should say, a network of community groups, individuals, council persons, mayors, and just common folk that wish to advocate for the health and well-being of Los Angeles at large, because really and truly, there is no border that prevents toxins like arsenic or lead from proliferating and infecting and poisoning the rest of Los Angeles. Unless we have a quarantine on the east side of Los Angeles, that would basically bog down travel, and persons couldn't travel to work and whatnot. And consider the fact that Exide Toxic Technologies is operating right next to international food processing and production and distribution plants. That is really something to consider. The phenomenal impact of the poor regulation of polluters in our community. So this really is not just an isolated east side of Los Angeles issue. It is an international issue coming out of Los Angeles. I thank you for having me here today.
And Jack, tell me a little about yourself and your issue. You know what it is that you're doing.
I'm a transplanted New Englander who's been out here for about 30 years. Love LA, especially when I read about all the snow back east in New York, where my 3 daughters are. Our 3 daughters are. But my issues tend to be more financial. I'm a business school type. I worked in the investment banking industry, so numbers are very familiar with me. And I've sort of been involved in looking at the rates at DWP, how they've gone up, some of the financial issues there, especially as it relates to the city, and how we're sort of getting ripped off for about $1 billion. Ratepayers are getting ripped off by the city for about $1 billion a year. And then that led to starting to look at the city's finances. And, we know those are a shambles as a result of the massive increases in salaries, benefits, and pensions. So where I'm sort of going is I'm interested in making sure that the city lives within its means. And that would be I'd like to see the city council, which is highly unlikely, put on the ballot a live within its means charter amendment, which would require the city to do 5-year financial plans, that they'd have to develop and adhere to a 5-year financial plan, pass 2-year balanced budgets based on generally accepted accounting principles, and over the next 15 years, fully fund our pension plans and fix our streets, our sidewalks, and the rest of our deteriorating infrastructure.
And Dave, tell me about your work on Veterans Affairs.
Well, I'm a service officer, which is an advocate for veterans, and I've been doing it for a long time. The bottom line in the pipeline for me is helping individual veterans essentially by assisting them in filing claims for compensation for service-connected disabilities, obviously disabilities sustained in the service. And which brings up a whole lot of obstacles in doing that with regard to the Veterans Administration. Its policy toward veterans, which is really, really negative. We're talking about the West Los Angeles Hospital. And it's not user-friendly. There are a lot of other entities that preclude veterans from seeking and obtaining the benefits to which they're rightfully entitled. And that's where I come in, and I've been doing it for 20 minutes. And so I'm pretty knowledgeable, and I can assist veterans, and I do that often in addition to changing clothes in a phone booth and fighting the bureaucracy about other issues with the veterans, the land in the West Los Angeles VA hospital that for over 15 years has been siphoned off to private industries, the Marriott hotels, RCA television studios, non-related activities on this 388 acres given to the Department of Veterans Affairs for a soldier's home in 1888. And recently, it was declared by Judge Otero that all of the 9 entities, including a prep school which Arnold Schwarzenegger's kids went to on the VA hospital grounds, was declared to be illegal and cease and desist. And this was in September of 2013 that this judgment came down. And one of the entities, which is the Brentwood Park Preserve, has a 16-acre lot which is absolutely pristine on VA hospital grounds, and veterans are sleeping outside of those grounds on the ground. They have $1,000 a plate dinners at this 16 acres allocated on VA hospital grounds in the pristine area right along Wilshire Boulevard. And it's other entities like that that have been going on for years, and I've been doing what I could to not allow them to grow any bigger and to possibly truncate some of the things that have been going on in that regard throughout the whole VA system. The golf course on the VA hospital grounds, for example, had $200,000 realized through golf, for people playing golf. And when this came up, where was the money? It was never discerned where the money was. And the VA has continually never answered
You mean the money that was produced by the
green fees, golf course fees, $200,000. It was never produced, and the VA never answered for it. But these are just some of the tips of the iceberg on the VA, and what I try to do to preclude more from happening and to end some of the things that have already happened, in addition to helping veterans and their significant others.
Jack, why did you get into this? You're a successful businessman. You've got your own company. Like you said, you transplant from New England. What motivated you? What spurred you to getting into this?
Well, it probably started with the Department of Water and Power and the rate increases, which I felt that the department was misleading all the ratepayers. And one thing sort of led to another. It sort of became fun. It became intellectually challenging. And quite frankly, once I started writing for City Watch in around 2007, 2008, and started getting some fairly decent page views, if you will, readership, one thing led to another. So I find it, very interesting. I think it's a civic duty in that I don't think a lot of other people or other parts of the media are really doing their job in covering the financial issues that face regular face Angelenos, whether it's your DWP rate increases that are going through the roof, whether it's the use of the money downtown, whether it was that the solar Measure B, the mayor's corrupt ballot measure for Mayor Villaraigosa's corrupt ballot measure for solar power, or whether it was Herb Wesson and the Proposition A and the permanent half-cent increase in our sales tax. So it's a little bit of a civic duty. It's an intellectual challenge. It's also a way to become involved in the community. As opposed to sitting in an office at Hollywood and Highland or sitting in my house in Windsor Square, I get out and see a lot of people. I go to the East Side, I go to the Valley, I go to South LA, I go to San Pedro. So it's been a great opportunity to meet a lot of people, and most of the people are pretty good people.
Dolores, what were you doing before you got involved with the coalition on Exide, and why did you decide I've got to make a stand here?
Well, we've